And we're live. Or I think we're live. It always takes a second to actually go live. But here we go. 2022 NHL Draft starts up here in about 15 minutes. Obviously, the Seattle Kraken are the team of interest for most of us here, but regardless of what team you're cheering for, we're watching along with the draft. Kraken pick 4th overall. Montreal picks 1st. New Jersey 2nd. And currently the Arizona Coyotes 3rd. One of 3 picks they have in the first round. Already a couple of trades today, or I shouldn't say today. One trade today and a couple of trades in the last couple of weeks that had some first round picks move around. So Chicago back in the first round after trading DeBrincat today to the Ottawa Senators. Yeah, we're just kind of hanging out and waiting. Waiting around, see if Shane Wright goes first overall. I don't know if it's just like I don't know if it's just media trying to make this draft more interesting than it's seemed like it was going to be for a while, or like next year's draft is going to be where Connor Bedard looks like the obvious first pick. But Shane Wright was supposed to be the all year long for a couple of years really. This was the Shane Wright sweepstakes, and now there's some doubt there. Some talk that the Canadians might be looking at taking Slavkovsky first overall, Jiricek Slavkovsky. So could be seeing him go first overall. Shane Wright could go to 2 then, or I mean, who knows? Maybe he drops farther than that. But I can't imagine if Shane Wright drops to 2 that the Devils wouldn't take him. Cooley, there's also I don't think Cooley goes first overall, but since he is a center, there's some talk that with the Habs needing a center that maybe they go for the position with Slavkovsky being a winger. So we'll see what it looks like here in 15 minutes. Obviously, the draft in Montreal, so we'll definitely get a good reaction, I'm sure, to that first overall pick, regardless of who it is. For the Kraken, it's looking pretty likely that the first overall pick will be Simon Nemec, who is right-handed defenseman, one of 2 defensemen that could go early on in the draft. The other one being David Jiricek. Some of these pronunciations, you get used to them after a while, but hearing them for the first time in some cases here, so. But let me know what you guys think. Who do you guys think is going first overall? Is it Shane Wright? Maybe it is Slavkovsky. Maybe Cooley off the board. Who would you like to see the Kraken take it for? A little blurry there. It'll come back. Maybe. There it goes. All right. I had to adjust it a little bit, and then it didn't want to refocus. And we're watching some. So the draft obviously on ESPN, so can't stream it for copyright reasons directly onto the channel here, but we can watch along. It's on ESPN, so it should be easy enough to watch or stream from all sorts of places. I'm streaming at YouTube TV. ESPN Plus is available as well. We're doing something on Kevin Durant right now on ESPN. And personally, huge fan of Durant. Love him. Great Sonic for 1 year, drafted by the Sonics, and then fortunately never won much of anything in OKC, and then just did him dirty. And you know what? Anybody that does the Thunder dirty is hero in my book, so. All right. Well, I will say the way I have this little side scroller thing set up over here, Oh, wrong side. That side. Little side scroller thing set up. I'm kind of hoping there aren't too many trades, but you never know. Kraken do have 4 picks in the second round, which obviously won't come until tomorrow, but Ron Francis has said that he doesn't necessarily want to pick all of the second round picks that the Kraken have over the next 2 years straight up, so I'd expect to move some of them. Whether or not that potentially means moving up into the first round for a second time this year, or move farther up into the first round, that'd be a pretty big surprise. I think the Kraken will be pretty content with a defenseman at 4. If Cooley drops to them, I'd love to see them take Cooley, but we'll see. Some other guys of interest. There's obviously Savoie is an exciting player that I would love to see the Kraken take Savoie, but probably not super likely. So where Savoie ends up, for Kraken interests, we got the younger Geeky brother, Morgan Geeky's little brother Connor. So got some other guys going here. Can pull up some. This is the mock draft from Tankathon. I'm just going to switch to here real quick. So obviously they haven't updated this in the last couple weeks with some of the things, but Uri Slafkovsky's definitely been moving up. Cooley kind of dropping down. Simo Nimitz probably still going there 4, and David Jiricek probably also still going 5. But from there, Cutter Gauthier is definitely moving up. Kemmel probably down a bit. Savoie could be up. Who knows? Yeah, we'll see how this all plays out. Some big trades as well today. So the big trade today, I guess just one big trade today, but a couple trades here in the last. Actually, I shouldn't say that. So the Avs end up picking up Alexander Georgiev. It's been a little bit since I streamed, so we're going to trip over some letters and pronunciations here. But I guess we can transition back to that here. So the Rangers get 2022 third and 5th from the Avs, who are now down to just a 6th and 7th pick in this year's draft, as well as a 2023 third, and Colorado gets Alexander Georgiev, which obviously the 3rd and 5th will be picked tomorrow, so that doesn't affect today's draft. But the one that does affect today's draft is Alex DeBrincat going to the Ottawa Senators for the 7th overall pick and the 39th overall pick, that coming in the second round, as well as a 2024 third from the Blackhawks. So the Blackhawks back into the draft at the 7th spot, as you can see on the little ticker thing I got going there. They were originally out of it, obviously, after having traded their pick, but so yeah, we'll see what they end up doing with that pick. Savoie could end up dropping to 7. Yeah, and Chicago definitely leaning to the rebuild, so that'll make it interesting to see what happens with Taves and Kane if Chicago's definitely leaning into the rebuild here. Yeah, big pickup there for Ottawa. 24. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, the Blue Jackets have the Blackhawks pick, but then the Blackhawks have the Senators pick. So the little swapperoo there, but the Blackhawks will still pick 7th overall instead of 6th, where they would have otherwise. All right, we're getting close here. Just 7 minutes till 4 o'clock, which is when the draft is supposed to start, and the Montreal Canadiens will be officially on the clock, although they've been kind of on the clock now for quite a while. Logan Cooley, a big Big deep breath there. Probably goes third overall to Arizona. I'd imagine some combination of Shane Wright and Slavkovsky probably go 1 and 2, and then that means Nemec pretty locked in at 4. So I think the top 4 picks, we won't have too much surprise. Even probably the top 5 with Jiricek probably going 5th overall, which does get us past the Kraken pick. But we'll just hang out and watch the whole thing. And got to get my typing fingers ready so we can copy in some names here. So you'll have to excuse me from time to time while I try to update the little ticker thing, but we'll try and keep it interesting. Feel free to drop a like, hit up in the chat if you guys have any questions or any input on how you feel like the draft should go, who your team is. If you're a Kraken fan like me and a lot of people that hang out here, then who you'd like to see the Kraken get it for, even if we kind of think that Nemec is the one that's coming to Seattle. But yeah, we'll see. Should be fun. Second draft for the Kraken, obviously. And then after, so sometime this weekend, so we'll have the Friday will be, obviously tomorrow will be the 2nd through 7th rounds of the draft. Pretty much most of the day happening there. Won't be streaming that one. Got some other stuff got to do during the day, but yeah, we won't be streaming the 2nd through 7th round. But following that, once the Kraken make their second most in the NHL at the time number of picks, then we'll get a good review video up and sometime this weekend with all the different picks the Kraken make, any trades they potentially made, which we'll see if that happens. Alrighty, let's see here. Just make sure there haven't been any like trades that have snuck in here, other than the one we obviously know about. All right, nothing new. Thanks to everyone dropping in here and hanging out. Oh, I had my chat off. My goodness, everyone's been going crazy. I didn't even have my chat on. Sorry. All right, let's get some chats in here. For some reason, it was on the wrong chat channel. All right. Hello, what's going on? Checking in from Colorado. Happy to see the Avs. I was didn't get around to streaming any games during the playoffs, but it's been busy with the kids, so didn't quite make that happen. And my computer dying for a week. But anyway, that kind of happened after the playoffs anyway. Let's see here. Go Kraken, absolutely. I say it's a lot of smoke and mirrors, but somehow snagged Cooley or even someone like Wright, I'll be ecstatic. Yeah, if Wright somehow drops to 4, that would be insane. I would very happily take Cooley if he drops to 4 as well, but I also don't see that really happening. I think I think there's legitimate question whether or not Wright goes first overall, but I can't see him dropping to 4. Like, even if he gets to 2, then he'll get snatched up right there. And even if he somehow didn't get taken at 2, there's no way the Coyotes pass up on him. So Cooley maybe, but it's an outside chance that he drops to 3. And if he drops to 3, I think that's kind of the only way the Kraken don't take a defenseman here. So, howdy, Cody. Since Arizona might be looking at Gauthier, yeah, I mean that's possible. So, if Arizona does go, I don't actually know how to pronounce his name. Is it Gauthier? Is it Gauthier? If I pronounce a name wrong, feel free to correct me. I am not. I don't follow the. I basically follow the prospects closely and try to get names down, like, you know, the few weeks, kind of starting at the end of the season. So, but we're getting here. But yeah, if Gauthier somehow jumps up and Cooley falls down, oh man, let's take him. Oh, Charles Barkley golfing. All right. We're watching Charles Barkley golf right before the draft starts here. All right, NHL Draft coming up here. My first draft as a new Kraken fan. Well, welcome in, Alex. Good to have you. Should be fun. For Kraken 4th overall pick, so we get a nice early pick from the Kraken. How's my day? Pretty good. Excited to be streaming again for the first time in a while, so that's good. Right to the Kraken. Oh man, that would be awesome. Thanks for the coverage. Absolutely. Happy to help. We'll finding ways to keep busy here in the off season. We've got a lot more of those fan reaction videos coming. I don't know, like they haven't gotten the views that I was expecting, but that's okay. Hopefully those of you that have watched them have enjoyed them, and if you haven't, then check them out and let me know what you think. Trying to get one for every team here, so got some work to do. Let's see. I do bet it's Sloth at 1 for some reason, seeing the upset. All right. It's definitely, there's some rumors of that, so we'll see. Shane Wright, too much pressure in Montreal to take Slafkovsky. That, you know, I don't know how much they think about that, but I'm sure it plays some role. They do have a pretty revamped front office there, so maybe they're willing to take some risks and not too worried about job security just yet. But it is one where if you take Slafkovsky and then he doesn't work out and Shane Wright is great in, let's be honest, probably New Jersey, then that could look pretty bad. But want Nemec for the Kraken. Jiricek is a terrible skater and is coming off a knee injury. Yeah, I mean, if they take a defenseman, it better be Nemec. Like, I would be happy, or Nemes, I guess. Nemes. We'll figure it out if he's drafted. We'll figure it out eventually. But Nemes is the. I would be okay with Nemes. Personally, I still want Savoie or Cooley, but obviously Cooley might go before the Kraken anyway, and then I'd love to have Savoie. It's probably Nemec. If they go Jiricek over Savoie and Nemec, that would be pretty disappointing. I would agree. Not that he's a terrible player. Like, he'll still go probably 5th overall to Philly, but yeah, I'd rather have Nemes or Savoie for sure, assuming Cooley isn't available. Do you think the Mariners can make the playoffs? I do think they can make the playoffs, especially with the expanded three-team wild card. Bullpen's been great over the last few weeks, really gotten things turned around. I think they've been the best bullpen in baseball for a bit. Unfortunately, the Mariners videos haven't quite been able to happen with how busy I've been with some other stuff going on, but I was all ready to do some Mariners videos like at least once a month, and then the season kind of got off to a pretty lackluster start, and it was, yeah, just kind of, it was just going to be a lot of bashing on the umping, which, let's be honest, we need robot umps. But yeah, it's definitely picked up quite a bit. The Mariners are on a roll as of late, and obviously Julio Rodriguez, probably the next great player in baseball. So it's fun to have another generational talent on the Mariners. Hopefully this time they can not waste it. So we'll see. But fun, like, I mean, it's he does make you want to just watch Mariners games just to watch him play. So uh, definitely exciting to see how the Mariners have been playing lately, and definitely with Rodriguez. So draft coming up here pretty quick. I do like this, like how they bring all of the front offices out and they just sit them at tables rather than like the NFL draft. They've got like crappy webcams to like all the different front offices around the country. Which, like, granted, some of that was like they would usually have like a couple of representatives, but looks like Jiricek and Nemec are the two favorite picks in the draft tonight. Expecting anyone big to fall to disrupt that. Cooley would be the only one that could fall to the Kraken that would potentially sway them away from Nemec or Jiricek, I think. To me, the ultimate worst case scenario for the Kraken would be that they, like, Nemec goes second or third, so Nemec goes before the Kraken pick, which means Cooley probably drops to the Kraken, but then they're so dedicated to getting right shot defenseman that they go Jiricek over Cooley. That would be kind of, I think that's the only thing that I could really be actually kind of upset by in this draft. I mean, like, not to say that Jiricek isn't a, couldn't be a good player, and obviously right shot defensemen are very valuable, but if the Kraken go that way over a guy like Cooley, which has some looks to have some pretty good offensive upside that the Kraken could really use, that'd be pretty disappointing. So Cooley's the only one that could drop that could disrupt things. Right to the wings, not unless they trade a whole lot to get up to the first pick, which I don't see happening. Go Avs, go! Had to say it once, absolutely. Avs my second favorite team and the team I was rooting for in the playoffs, so I was happy with the outcome of that, for sure. Of course, the Avs waited until the year after I was an Avs fan for almost a decade, and until the Kraken started up, and then go all out on the Kraken, obviously being the hometown team, and of course that's the year that the Avs finally decided to pull it together and win the thing. But still fun to watch. Still very happy that of all the teams that were in the playoffs, it was the Avs that pulled it out. A for effort on the pronunciation. Yeah, you know what? We're trying here. How long after a player is drafted before they play in the NHL? Is development after the draft like baseball or football? I mean, it really, I would say probably leans a little bit more towards like football, at least for the first round. Um, Usually, guys take a year or two of development before they come up to the NHL, with the exception of maybe a handful of guys at the top of the draft. So, I mean, where the Kraken are taking a guy like Nemec or Slavkovsky, could definitely be NHL ready. Same with Shane Wright. Cooley's already committed to the University of Minnesota, so he'll do at least a year of college before he comes up. So it depends a lot on the situation of the player, if they're already committed to college or but generally at least a year or two, even for the first round guys. Past the first round, yeah, it goes to maybe more like baseball, where it's 4 or 5 years before you're looking at them coming up to the NHL, unless they just totally surprise, or maybe the team is in a full rebuild and needs to get some younger guys up just to have bodies, if nothing else. So yeah, somewhere in between for early first round, maybe more like football. I mean, baseball, you don't really ever see guys go straight from the draft up. Oh, here we go. Habs coming in with their first overall pick. The pick is made, I think. No tie France. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Oh man, Gary Bettman is butchering some French. try and win over the Habs fans. Like, I don't even speak a word of French, and I can tell that he's working through a script there that in a language he doesn't speak. Fresh off of a COVID stint. Okay, why is this lady holding an Islanders jersey? All right, Gary, get to the point. Why are you booing that? It's your city. How's the son doing? He's doing good. He's upstairs hanging with mom right now. DeBrincat to the Senators for the 7th pick. Yep. First draft. Any chance of a quick explanation of the process? It's pretty much. I don't know if you've like ever. I guess first draft maybe of any sport. It's pretty simple. I got a bunch of 18-year-olds from all over North America and Europe that are gonna get selected to a team here. So teams take their turn one at a time, taking who the guys that are eligible to be drafted. So there's. Sorry, I'm trying to like watch this and talk at the same time. For the NHL, for most leagues, the draft is determined by your previous season's records and standings in the previous season. So the team that won the championship gets the 32nd overall pick, and the team that was the worst in the league gets the first pick. With the NHL, they do a lotto system for the first 2 picks, which already happened, obviously, a little while ago. So the first 2 picks are lottoed. The Habs still got that first overall pick, like they were supposed to be being the worst team last season. And then the New Jersey Devils moved up to the 2nd pick, which bumped the Kraken down to the 4th and the Coyotes down to the 3rd. But yeah, the order is pretty. So there have been some trades, like the Avs aren't picking the first round at all. So, but there's been a bunch of trades. Obviously, we'll see a couple of the remnants of some trades won even today in the first few picks here. With the Blackhawks had previously traded their pick to Columbus, so that's the 6th pick. And then just today, the Blackhawks got back into the first round with the 7th pick by trading away one of their good young players and DeBrincat to the Ottawa Senators. So I don't know if there's anything more specific I can help explain there, but it's pretty straightforward. The teams will just take their turns, either making their selection of the eligible mostly 18-year-olds, or maybe trade the pick for a player, or trading down. So if a team packages multiple picks to get up into a first, or like get higher up in the draft, then a team could trade their pick to move down and get a couple, maybe get an extra pick or something later in the draft. If you've watched ever like an NHL draft or not NHL, NFL, or I don't know, probably not watching MLB draft, but NBA, it works pretty similar to especially the NBA draft. Lots of guys will go back to Europe to their junior teams. Rare the guy makes it right up from camp. Yeah, so that's definitely true. Yeah, there's like North American guys will either go to college or they'll go back to their North American junior teams. Oh, it's Mike Bossy's. Okay. Anyway, yeah, so European players are the same. If the team doesn't think that they're going to bring them up right away for the first year, then they'll probably go back to their European Junior League, or potentially back to um, somewhere else. I mean, whatever league they're in Europe, they can go back, and then could end up coming back up to the NHL at any time, or they can come up to the AHL maybe in a couple years once they're out of the eligible age for being in whatever junior league they're in. Gautier. Okay, so I was right. It is Gautier. Appreciate that. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Gautier, but I didn't. There's sometimes you see this name that's like spelled the same way as someone else that has that name, and it's pronounced completely differently. So never be too careful. I see that name and I think Gautier because but you, you never know. Uh, Robert Cron knows Jiricek well. That was what you were referencing. Okay. Yeah, I mean it's been pretty well rumored that the Kraken will go with a defenseman. It sounds like they've got a couple of people in their scouting department that are have very close ties to both Nemec and like you said, Cron to Jiricek. So we'll see which one they go with. Sounds like Nemec is the rumors all point towards Nemec, but there's always a chance that he gets taken before the Kraken even pick. So then we would certainly have to see whether they go Jiricek or if they go with Cooley, who would probably be the one that drops out of the top three then. Yeah, boy, they're still going. I don't know why there's a Blues fans standing up and clapping, but Habs fans all very excited about Martin St. Louis. Still waiting for the first pick to be announced. We're still doing all the opening ceremony stuff. We're about 16 minutes in. Thank you. Appreciate you taking time to answer questions and covering the draft. Absolutely. Try to do my best to help. Thanks for the explanation from the UK. So this stuff is new to me. Recently picked up rec hockey and hockey for beginners videos have been helpful. Oh, glad to hear it. I'm definitely trying to get some more of those done as well. I've got the next one planned is for the face-off circle and the chaos that goes on there, which early spoiler is that it's kind of just a little area that the refs get to do whatever the heck they want for the most part. Not by the rules, but that's just kind of how it gets treated. So like you watching a face off and a guy gets kicked out, and then there's a whole bunch of what the heck, why are you kicking me out and all that stuff. Yeah, it's usually just the refs kind of just get to do whatever they want there. So as long as it doesn't affect the game too much, right? As long as they're not, it takes quite a bit for them to kick someone out twice, and then that leads to a penalty. But one guy getting kicked out is very common. So anyway, we'll be talking about face-offs, what causes a face-off, and all that stuff pretty soon here. So get that one out. We obviously have to get through the draft here, and then we got to get through free agency. And once we get into the kind of second big chunk of the off season, that's where we'll start getting some more of those out, hopefully. It's showing all the likely first picks there. Draft predictions: Wings move up to first for a sixth, take Wright, and win the cup this season. That is a bold prediction. Put some money on that and you could win a whole lot. But you look like a genius if it's right. Now there's no way that the Habs would trade out of the first pick at drafting at home. There would be riots in the streets if the Habs traded out of the first pick in Montreal. Especially on the day, right? Like, it'd be one thing if they had traded out of the pick earlier on, but to trade out of the pick on the day of... All right. I think we're about to get going here. Gary Bettman is still saying words out of his mouth. But I think he's wrapping it up, hopefully. All right, and we are officially going. Montreal's on the clock. Not a lot going on in the Canadiens table. They've had this figured out a long time ago, I would assume. This is just them officially sending in for the pick that they have probably been sitting on for weeks now. Sup? What's going on, Eganator? Oh, McGordy up in here. Good to have you in here, McGordy. 2023 champs, that's what I like to hear. Absolutely. Kraken will be getting the winner of the Conn Smythe here in the next little bit. Next year's Conn Smythe. Maybe it'll be Beniers, who knows, but one of the two. The Kraken go on to win the Stanley Cup in their second year of existence. Got my Kraken jersey on. Let's go. Absolutely. How long is on the clock? Like 3-4 minutes? Maybe 5 minutes? I don't know. There's currently 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock as of when I'm saying that. Of course, there's like a 30-second delay just from YouTube, so... Actually, I think it's like 15-20 seconds, but you guys will definitely get to see the reaction after you see it happen live, unless you're also delayed a bit. Thoughts on the Baker Mayfield trade? I'm not going to lie, I was kind of hoping the Seahawks would get Mayfield. Like, the Seahawks are going to suck anyway, so might as well suck and get some fun commercials out of it or something. I don't know. At least Baker Mayfield would have made it sucking entertaining. But, yeah, I don't know. Shane Motor City Monster, right? Shane Clark to Seattle. Yeah, I guess we'll get to... That'll be the NFL media... that'll be the story of the NFL media for the next couple of months, is whether or not Baker Mayfield is going to start in Carolina. Hopefully I can go to a Dragons and Kraken game the same weekend. I don't I mean, that would require the XFL to start up again, which we'll see. Maybe The Rock can make that happen. All right, they're showing Slavkovsky and Shane Wright because Montreal has their pick and are taking it up to the stage. Right, I'm going to pull this up here so my face might get a little brighter, but... Oh, come on. All right. I have who I think it is typed in. I'm not going to save it until we hear the pick, though. So, Canadians ready to make the first pick. Here we go. Oh, they went with Slavkovsky. They did it. Shane Wright is not the first pick. Wow. Oh, man, if you're a Devils fan, you're loving that. Unless you just really like Slavkovsky, I guess. Wow. So Shane Wright, after all of that, Shane Wright is not the first overall pick. Wow, okay. Well, so we do end up getting a surprise with the first overall pick. How's it going, Ryan? All right, well, maybe the Red Wings can trade up to the second pick. There's some rumors that the Devils were willing to shop that second pick, but if Shane Wright's available, I don't know that they will. Well, good for him. Good for Uri. It's exciting for him. He knows English decently, but now he's gonna have to learn some French, I guess. Oh, yeah, they already had his name printed out on the back of it and everything. Yeah, they knew that pick was coming. All right. Well, and the Devils are on the clock, and I would be pretty shocked if it wasn't Shane Wright that goes there. So, yeah, 6'3", over 200 pounds, 18-year-old. So that's a big 18-year-old. Plays on the wings. The Habs definitely could use some center help, but they just went with who they felt was the best player there instead of just taking the position. And we'll see. This has played very, very well on an international stage here over the last year. Obviously, big frame, and some of that international play is against, like, I mean, at the Worlds, he played well against some NHLers. So, yeah, pretty good pick there for Montreal. Wow. No, don't do the Owen Wilson wow. Oh, they are in February 2023. Oh, cool. Well, good to have the Dragons back then. They'll be the best football team in Seattle when they come back. Drew QB number 1. The dream is still alive. Yeah, it's still alive. All right, so there were some rumors that the Habs were looking at Slavkovsky over Wright, and it turns out those are true. So right to the Kraken. Oh man, Shane Wright to the Kraken would be awesome. So yeah, they're saying that they had really thought a lot about it over the last three days and just made the decision here pretty recently to go with Slavkovsky over Shane Wright. So I'm going to the Pro Football Hall of Fame in a couple weeks. That's pretty cool. I've never been to any of the Hall of Fames. I'd be definitely like to go to those someday. Please. Oh man, how awesome would that be to get Shane Wright? Top available, Shane Wright and Logan Cooley. Yeah, that's kind of what we figure are the next two. Simon Nemec probably goes to the Kraken. David Jiricek probably goes to the Flyers, but Cutter Gauthier then maybe goes 7th to the, or goes would that be 6th to the Blue Jackets. Oh, good for him. Good for Slavkovsky. So Simon Nemec also from Slovakia, so Kraken could get a teammate of the first overall pick. Just like last year. Matty Beniers, the teammate of Owen Power. Of course, they were national teammates, not actual teammates, because Slavkovsky played in Finland Elite League and Nemec plays in the Slovakian League, I'm pretty sure. All right, we should be getting here the what I would assume is the pick of Shane Wright by the New Jersey Devils in the next few seconds. They got 30 seconds left on the clock, so by the time you're hearing this, their pick is probably in. So Nemec is another one that has been kind of rumored with the Devils, so I don't think Nemec goes to Arizona. So if Nemec is going to go in the top 3, it's probably here to the Devils, which means then Arizona would end up getting Shane Wright, which would be kind of crazy. But if Shane Wright drops to 2, I kind of don't see the Devils passing up on that. So if Nemec goes here, that does open up Cooley or Wright to the Kraken. So it's not... I would still say very unlikely that Shane Wright ends up dropping to 4, but... Oh man, if Shane Wright somehow dropped to 4... If Nemec does go here, so the Devils, the pick is in, so we'll see who the Devils took here. See who the Devils took here. Oh, let's see. Who do we got here? They're talking a lot about Nemec here at number 2, so it's possible. So this should. Martin Brodeur. Everyone's going to bring up their one French-speaking person in their front office. Actually, there's probably teams with many more than that, especially obviously the Habs, but. Oh, Simoneau does go second overall. Wow. All right, well, Ron Francis probably isn't too happy to hear that, but that means either Shane Wright or Logan Cooley will be available for the Kraken. All right, so Nemec did end up going in the first 3. So the Kraken better get either Cooley or Wright. They better get Cooley or Wright. I don't want to hear. No offense to David Jiricek, but I better hear Cooley or Wright when the Kraken come up. And I can't imagine Shane Wright doesn't go to Arizona at this point. Oh man, this just got interesting. So I was kind of like just assumed that Nemec was going to come to the Kraken. I was all ready to like talk about him. Not that I know like that much more than what I just read from like The Athletic or anything, but all right. Better be Logan Cooley that the Kraken end up taking, unless it's Shane Wright. It's one of the two. Shane Wright or Logan Cooley. Who are the Kraken getting? Please let it be one of those two. The dream is alive. All right. Well, I mean, this is definitely not how I saw this going. So at this point, I would say that Savoie also is definitely off the board with either Cooley or Wright available. This is please come to Seattle. I'm about to look like a genius. Well, they still got a ways till the Red Wings pick, but I suppose they could trade up. I mean, I guess it's always like I don't really see the Kraken trading down because they have so many picks already. There's no way Shane Wright drops to 8, but wow. So Shane Wright did fall to 2, and the Devils did go for him. How about it? Kraken might get Wright or the Coyotes. Yeah, so it's I can't imagine Wright and Beniers. Oh, how awesome would that be? I have to imagine Ron Francis was not too happy to hear that, because I think they were definitely thinking him at 4. So, but if they took him at 2 with Wright available, they were going to take him the entire time. So, I mean, I guess they, yeah, I don't think they were going to go Slafkovsky over Nemec if they. But right. All right, Arizona's got another minute and a half to hopefully not write down Shane Wright's name. Come on, Arizona, you've screwed up so much. Just mess this one up too, please. Maybe, you know what? Perfect situation. Arizona takes David Jiricek here and just takes defense off the board for the Kraken so they can't screw up the 4th pick. That is the ideal situation we're looking at right here. Ideal situation is that there's Arizona takes Jiricek, still a good defenseman, right shot defenseman, so you know, everyone needs one of those. Coyotes just take him. Then Kraken have to take either Cooley or, I mean, they have to take Shane Wright at that point. There's no choice. We are probably getting Cooley. Yeah, I mean, most likely it's Shane Wright that goes here. I would be pretty surprised if it wasn't. And then Cooley could come to Seattle, which... So Cooley, the one thing with Cooley is he wouldn't be playing, he wouldn't come to Seattle right away. He's, again, committed to the University of Minnesota, so it'd be kind of like what we went with Beniers this last year. Although Beniers made the choice to go back to Michigan, so... All right, here's Arizona. I can't imagine this isn't Shane Wright. I can't imagine this isn't Shane Wright. I'm just going to put in Shane Wright because I put in Shane Wright for the first pick and then it wasn't. So I'm going to try and jinx it again by putting Shane Wright in here for the 3rd pick. Those are pretty much the next 2 picks then. Oh, yeah. Cutter Gauthier did grow up in Phoenix. That's a good point. Take him. Take the local guy. Got to do it, right? Local ties. Oh, look, those guys all came out in Habs-themed suits, even though they're the Coyotes. Good for them, I guess. I don't know what to say about that, but... One guy did not get the memo. One guy did not get the memo on the red tie. One guy just didn't get the memo on the suit in general.
Bonjour. My name is Javier Gutierrez. I'm the president and CEO of the Arizona Coyotes. On behalf of owner Alex Morello, the Morello family, and the entire Arizona Coyotes organization, we'd like to thank the Montreal Canadiens and the great city of Montreal for your hospitality this week.
All right, I have Shane Wright put in.
We'd also like to congratulate the Colorado Avalanche on winning.
Colorado Avalanche. Stumbled over that one a little bit.
And we'd also like to share a moment of condolences to the family of Brian Marshman and the San Jose Sharks organization.
We're going to get so many... Yeah.
To our fans back in Arizona, many of whom are watching us at Wild Horse Pass Casino, thank you.
Oh boy, got the casino shout out.
Loyalty and dedication. To our corporate and community partners, thank you for being always part of the pack.
Oh gosh.
To Arizona State University, we thank you for welcoming us into your family, and we look forward to playing in Tempe, Arizona. And to the city of Tempe, we look forward to our partnership.
Why are we doing this at the draft? Can you just announce your pick, please?
And with that,
Ugh.
next step in our journey towards the Stanley Cup, I'd like to invite RGM
Their journey towards the Stanley Cup.
to our selection.
Oh boy. It's going to be quite a while, I think.
Arizona selects from the U.S. National Development Program.
They took Cooley! Shane Wright is available at 4! Okay. Please. Please. Oh, if the Kraken screw this up, if they take Jiricek over Shane Wright drop to 4. If they take Jiricek over Shane Wright, I don't even know. I'll get a lot of views on that video, I guess. Or get a lot of views on this reaction. Did I even spell Logan Cooley's? I don't think it's that hard to spell. Okay, I did spell it right. Alright, I'm not putting in Shane Wright's name. I'm not putting it in until I hear the name said. I jinxed it twice for 2 other teams. Oh. Arizona went for the flashy Logan Cooley instead of Shane Wright. Come on. Don't screw it up. Don't screw it up. This fell into our lap. This all just fell into our lap. Don't screw it up. Don't screw it up. Don't screw it up. Oh my goodness. Woo! Alright, Seattle's on the clock. We've got 3 minutes to not overthink this, and don't screw it up. You need forwards. You don't really badly need a center, but you could definitely use more centers. You can move some people around to make it work. You didn't really need centers that bad when you took Matty Beniers, and you took him anyway, and it was great for 10 games so far. Take Shane Wright. Oh, just don't screw it up. Come on. Or just like, I don't know. Don't trade. No, just trading down would be screwing it up too. Oh my goodness. I wonder if so the Coyotes probably didn't even expect Shane Wright to be available at 3. They probably just had Cooley is penciled in. Like we're going to take Cooley anyway, so. Oh my goodness. No, Seattle traded out of the 4th pick? We got 2 trades. This is not good that it's with Seattle on the clock. Oh, thank God it's not. Oh, thank God. Okay, there's one more to get through. Oh, thank God. Oh! I was about to... I swear to God, if they had traded for picks 13 and 60 whatever... Thank you. Thank you. Oh, good Lord. Alright, there's trades happening, so we gotta move some stuff around here. Make sure there's no sound playing through. Oh my, you know what? We can fix pick 13 later. Shane Wright is available for the Seattle Kraken to not screw up. Pick Shane Wright and just... Oh my goodness. Oh. I mean, Logan Cooley would have been fun. Exciting player. We're already used to a guy playing a year of college before coming to the team, so that would have been anything new. But Cooley got taken. There's only 2 picks now. It's either David Jiricek or it's Shane Wright. And if they take Jiricek over Shane Wright, I don't even know. all I can say at that point is Shane Wright better be a bust, because, and no offense to Shane Wright, like I don't want to wish ill of him, but please just take the best player available. Please just take the best player available, and that is very clearly not Jiricek. Oh my goodness. Oh, what do we got going on in chat? All right. Yeah, I heard the two trades. All right. When I see the pick is in, I'm gonna stop looking at the chat because you guys are ahead of me a little bit. So I'm gonna try to react to this live, and you can just get to that. Come on. Oh my goodness. How did this fall to the Kraken? How did Shane Wright fall to the 4th pick? I can't even... I never thought this would happen. Wow. Yeah, I heard that there was 2 trades announced after the guy that the Kraken definitely wanted had dropped, or like had gotten taken in 2nd spot. I was like, oh no, they didn't trade out of the 4th pick with Shane Wright dropping to them, did they? But no, it was just the 13th pick bouncing around like a pinball. So the Habs end up getting Kirby Dach. Oh, here goes Ron Francis. Oh, the pick is in. All right, I'm not looking at chat. Oh, come on, Ron. Don't screw this up. Don't screw this up, Ron. No, don't. No, we don't want to hear Jiricek's name. No, please no. Don't let Shane Wright keep slipping. This is where Shane Wright goes. He's going to come up and shake Ron Francis's hand. He's going to pose with Botterill and Francis, or whoever in Francis. Yes! Let's go! They didn't screw it up! Wow! Oh! Wow! The Kraken did it! They avoided going defense over everything else and got Shane Wright, who drops all the way to them. Oh my goodness. What a day. Oh, Shane Wright and Matty Beniers on the same team. Mr. Forrest, wherever you are, my Red Wings fan, I'm sorry, but he's not going to the Red Wings. He's going to the Seattle Kraken. Oh, I cannot wait to... Wow. Oh my goodness, it's happening. I'm just... We're saving it in right now. It's permanent. Now that it's on the little side-scrolling ticker, it's official. I don't even care what we're on. It's official. Oh my goodness. Wow. Put up 94 points in the OHL. All right, we're going... I had... Simon... I'm just going to show you guys. This is what I had. This is what I had pulled up. I was ready to talk, ready to look at him. But no, we go... Shane Wright. Oh, wow. He's a Seattle Kraken. All right, we'll look at that later. But, oh my goodness. I can't believe it. I never imagined that this was, like, even possible. Oh my goodness. Oh, I can't wait to hear the Ron Francis interview on this. Just like, so you guys were definitely looking at defense. That's what everyone told us and all that stuff. Then when Shane Wright drops you at 4, what are you thinking here? Oh my... Wow. How about it? Shane, I can't. Wow. You know what? This is what Seattle sports needed right now. I mean, don't get me wrong. Julio Rodriguez being the next like superstar of the entire baseball world is great. Oh my goodness. Oh, gotta get it. Oh man, I no. We can tweet in a second. I don't even. What a glorious day indeed. You were right. You said Shane Wright to Seattle Riley. Oh my. I can't believe it. Yeah, and he dropped 3 spots. Oh man, he's gonna be ready to prove himself against Montreal, Arizona, and New Jersey. But that's okay. Chip on his shoulder against the whole league. Just show the entire league why those 3 teams screwed up. Come on, Shane. You and Matty Beniers are gonna run this team, as well as obviously Yanni Gord and Jordan Eberle and all the veterans that are a little bit more NHL currently ready. But that's aside from the point. The future is Beniers and Wright. Wow. Oh, here we go. Shane Wright interview.
Dream come true. This is what I worked for my whole life. This is what I've been grinding and working towards every second of my life since I was a kid, and finally have this goal achieved. It just feels so amazing.
I know that you set a goal to go #1 overall. What were you feeling as you started to hear names being called that weren't yours?
Well, I think that that's just how it goes sometimes. I think that teams maybe they felt another player was better suited for their team, and they
Oh man.
so can't hold anything against them. They made their decision, so I couldn't be happier being Seattle Kraken about it.
What do you want
We couldn't be happier that you're a Seattle Kraken, Shane.
Yeah, I'm someone who wants to win. I'm a guy who wants to win championships. I'm someone who
That's what we want to hear.
competitive, hungry mindset every single day at the rink, and
There we go, Shane. Tell him.
special here in Seattle, and just super excited to be here.
I will say, from the few interviews I've seen of Shane Wright, granted, I really never thought this was going to be a thing, so I didn't watch that much Shane Wright stuff, but he's not going to give the most interesting interviews, but that's okay. Most hockey players don't. As long as he puts the puck in the net and helps keep the puck out of our net, that's all that matters. Oh, I don't even care that the Flyers only have 17 seconds on the clock. They're taking David Jiricek. We already know that. The top 4 players went as expected, all in the top 4, just in a completely different order. I Wow. I'd like to see a redraft in this in 10 years as well. We went all the way up from the 4th to the 1st best player. All right.
Philadelphia Flyers would like to welcome Jasmine Martinez from Ed Snyder Youth Hockey and Education to make our first pick.
Gotta send it. They took Cutter Gauthier over. Wow, I didn't see that coming. The Flyers took Cutter Gauthier over David Jiricek. Okay. Well, we got some surprises. What a draft. Where's Cutter Gauthier? I don't want to spell his name wrong, so I gotta go and find a place to... There it is. Alright, so the Flyers take Cutter Gauthier after the Kraken got the best player in the draft at the 4th pick. So no big deal there. Unbelievable. In case you missed it, Shane Wright belongs to the... Well, Shane Wright's professional rights belong to the Seattle Kraken. He is a Seattle Kraken. He'll be playing in Seattle here in just a few months, hopefully. Either that or he'll be in the OHL for another year, but hopefully in Seattle. Oh, all right. Back to streaming. Let's see what the chat has for us. I had to get at least one tweet out there. We'll freak out later on the Twitter universe. Awesome. Wright looks good in Seattle Kraken colors. He absolutely does. Detroit sports is nothing but pain. I mean, you had the 8th pick. You weren't going to get Shane Wright unless you traded up. Still get a good player, and honestly, the Red Wings are on the up and up. You got the two of the best rookies of the year, including the guy that just won the Calder, and things are looking up for the Red Wings. It's been a while of pain. See, the Pistons, yeah, they kind of suck. The Tigers kind of suck. I guess they're getting better, but they kind of suck. And yeah, the Lions have sucked for a long time. But the Red Wings are on the up and up. So you know what? You got I think the Red Wings are on the up and up, not the Lions. I don't know what I just said, but a little shell shocked still. I can't believe what just happened. See a nice good spike there as we were building to the 4th overall pick, and spike in viewership as we were building to that 4th overall pick, and then it happened, and people are like, "All right, we saw the Kraken guy react to the Shane Wright getting picked," and all those people are probably here to see a meltdown if the Kraken took defense over Shane Wright, but they didn't. They didn't screw it up. I've been burned by too many Seahawks first-round drafts. The Seahawks finally got a first-round draft pick right this year, taking O lineman 9th overall, which they needed. But the only reason they had that was because of pain in the first place, so I don't even want to talk about it. But when Shane Wright fell to that 4th overall pick, and then they immediately come out and say, we've got 2 trades to talk about, I was so ready to hear that one of those trades was the Kraken trading down like 4 or 5 picks to just take defense anyway and get like a 3rd round pick as well. It's like, ugh. But they didn't. The Kraken did the right thing. They didn't screw it up. They let the 3 other teams screw it up and let Shane Wright fall to them at 4. I still can't believe that happened. Gregory agrees with me. He still can't believe it either. I knew Shane Wright would drop, Riley says. Well, Riley clearly knows more than the rest of us. True, the city's on an upswing. Yeah, I think Detroit's on an upswing. I don't really know much about the inner workings of Detroit, but, you know, it's not Not a lot of places to go but up. So that's good. I always hope for the Lions. I'd like to see the... You know, I always like underdogs. And the Lions, I mean, there's not much more of an underdog than the Lions, even though they're a cat team. But you know what I mean. Shane Wright. Hi, Wright. You're right. We did get Wright. They made the right pick. There we go. It took me too long to get to that pun, but the Kraken made the right pick. And now the pick is in here with the... Pick is in here with the Columbus Blue Jackets. This is a type of team that would go defense. I'll probably see Jiricek go here. So I'd still like to see where Savoie goes. I kind of thought Savoie might go here. Like, Savoie's the most, like, anti-Columbus Blue Jacket. He's just, like, supposed to be maybe the most exciting player of this draft as far as his play style, so for him to go to the Blue Jackets just seemed like too good of a, like, opposites attract. Yeah, but they'll take David Jiricek. David. Where's David? There he is. They had him at 4. No. Shane Wright went at 4. Let's go. Wow. I can't believe 3 other teams overthought this draft enough to let Shane Wright fall to the Kraken. I mean, we knew that Arizona had the ability to screw things up. And Logan Cooley is still a very good player, don't get me wrong. And it's not like Arizona needs a player to play right away, because it's Arizona, let's be honest here. They're not going anywhere anytime soon. But I can't believe that they let Shane Wright fall. Who's better, Beniers or Wright? Well, I guess we'll find out. Shane Wright's definitely a bit more highly touted than Beniers was. Shane, like, kind of these last 3 drafts built up to it were like, Owen Power was kind of the, like, well, there's not, like, a great player in this draft, but Owen Power is the best player, so that's why he was the first overall pick, and, like, Beniers was the second, where it's like, yeah, he's also a pretty good player, like, probably NHL ready, but might go back to Michigan, which he did. But it was kind of like the all eyes are on next year, because next year is Shane Wright's draft, and that's, you know, that he would have been clear first overall last year was kind of the thing. And now this draft is kind of the same thing where it's like, yeah, Shane Wright's probably the first pick. Obviously he wasn't. He ended up going 4th to the Kraken. Can't say that too many times. But like, yeah, there's some other good players in here as well. But all eyes are on next year and Connor Bedard, which, to be honest, there was even a little bit of that last year where it was like, all eyes are, like, Shane Wright's next year, but all eyes are kind of 2 years in the future on Connor Bedard. But I mean, yeah, I would say as far as, like, the hype in their draft, Shane Wright is the better player. Obviously, you know, younger than Beniers and a couple years younger than Beniers, and Beniers had a good first 10 games in the NHL, so time will only tell, but Seahawks will probably be worse than Detroit this year for the first time probably in like 70 years. As far as, so yes, don't have high hopes for the Seahawks, put it that way. Revenge for the last game. Yeah, the Seahawks are about to suck for the first time in a decade, so we're not excited about that, but we're excited about the Mariners and Julio Rodriguez being the best player in baseball of the next couple decades, especially once, like, Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani step aside eventually, which Shohei Ohtani will be quite a while, but Julio Rodriguez is the next big thing in baseball. We're all excited about that. Now we're excited about, obviously, Matty Beniers and Shane Wright being in Seattle. And with the NBA sometime this summer announces expansion to Seattle, people will be excited about that as well. And then they'll come to Seattle, and Kevin Durant will finally make his way home, back to where he belonged the whole time, in Seattle, for the last few years of his career. You heard it here first. But anyway, right now we're talking about Shane Wright. Let's go to, where are we? Elite prospects. Do this transition. All right, here we go. Let me find it. There it is. So Shane Wright, last year in the OHL. Well, there wasn't a last year in the OHL, but in U18, he got 14 points in 5 games with 9 goals and 5 assists in the U18 Junior Championship. And then this year in the OHL, when they did actually have a season, 94 points in 63 games on 32 goals and 62 assists. So pretty much an assist per game plus 32 goals. And then in the playoffs, still at least a point per game. Only 3 goals, but 11 assists. Still an assist per game. And 14 points in those 11 games. But I mean, you can just see the giant numbers here all the way down. His U16 AAA team, 150 points. I don't even know what's going on there. That's too much to think about. And then whatever this is, I'll be honest, I don't know too much about this U16 stuff, but 72 points in 33 games, that's crazy. Then OHL 2 years ago, as an assistant captain, 66 points in 58 games with 39 goals and 27 assists. So he's definitely gone a little bit more towards passing the puck and getting those assists lately, but just points production and more points production. And he's a great all-around player too. He's not just a points producer. I mean, I don't know how many times I have to say it, but the Kraken got the best player in the draft. Even though this one has him at number 2, but I mean, come on now. We're just being ignorant at this point. He was the best player in the draft. I bet you're happy. I sure am happy. The Kraken are about to win the Stanley Cup this next year, and it's going to be Shane Wright and Matty Beniers. Obviously, like Jordan Eberle might be captain, or will it be Yanni Gourde? Yanni Gourde. So I kind of think it's still Yanni Gourde, but there's been some rumors that it might be Jordan Eberle. But we'll say Yanni Gourde lifts the cup. He gets it first, and who does Yanni Gourde hand it off to first? Probably Jordan Eberle, you'd have to think. And then there'll be a couple of veteran guys in there. I don't know who those veteran guys could be, but we get down the line a little bit, and then it's Matty Beniers gets it, and then Matty Beniers passes it off to Shane Wright. Oh, I can see it now. Okay, maybe we're getting a little ahead of ourselves, but... Oh! Wow! The Blackhawks just took a Seattle Thunderbird. Alright, I have to go find him. I wasn't expecting him to go so early. I did watch a couple of games of his in the playoffs, and he was very good. Kevin Korchinski, here we go. I finally found it so I can get his name spelled right. But a Seattle Kraken goes 7th overall to the Blackhawks. How about it? So Kevin Korchinski goes 7th overall to the Blackhawks. I should probably get this 13th pick fixed, huh? Alright, alright. Who did they trade it to? I gotta figure this out now. Alright, we gotta take a second here. Figure out what the heck has gone on since Shane Wright fell to the Kraken. Alright, so... first round pick. So the Canadians got the first round pick from the Islanders, the 13th overall pick from the Islanders for Alexander Romanov, and a 4th round pick, and then they traded that to the Blackhawks for Kirby Dach, because the Blackhawks are just saying, screw it, we're going all in on rebuilding. And they also sent a second round pick to them. Okay, so we got some things going on here. Blackhawks, and we need the Habs logos. Oh, sure. What?
Kyle, how do you view this day for the Chicago Blackhawks?
You know what? It's an exciting day, but it's also a tough day as well. We've moved on from some pretty special players and pretty important players in the Blackhawks organization, but we're looking ahead and we're really excited.
All right, release clipping. Sorry, I'm gonna. We're fixing the little ticker here because teams keep making some trades, so we gotta get that all fixed up. Great clipping mask, and then this we need to change from Islanders blue to black. Yeah, we need Islanders one. Oh, they're saying it. They're calling it a rebuild. All right, there we go. Trades are taken care of. We're back at it. Oh, there's computer audio coming through. Oh, God. Why does it do this? Oh, it was when I transitioned over. Well, I'm sorry about that. There's some weird bell stuff coming through. The Mariners on a roll, getting Ty France back. Absolutely. And now we get Shane Wright to pair with Matty Beniers. What a day to be a Seattle sports fan. I bet I'm happy. I sure am. Thunderbirds Korchinski to the Blackhawks. Absolutely. It was exciting. So, exciting day in Seattle sports for sure. What's wild also, shout out to Ron Francis for just going up there and announcing the pick. Absolutely. Like, can we... How underrated... Like, he didn't need to be the, like, millionth person that went up there and said the same things that everyone else has said. Just went up there, took care of business, just like, let's keep this moving. Get to business, Ron. Love to see it. Like, obviously, yeah, I wonder if that might have been something they said. That I wonder if there was, like, some instruction there from the NHL, just like, hey, guys, like, we appreciate that. I wonder if there was some instruction, because, like, the first three teams all went up there and said the same stuff and did these, like, weird little speeches, and of course Arizona goes up there and like does some crazy long speech thanking their casino sponsors or whatever other crap they are saying, and then does their pick. I wonder if there's like, hey, can we let's move this along a little bit and maybe just go up there and say your pick. But yeah, good on Francis for just going up there and getting right to business and not wasting any time, just letting us know that they were in fact taking Matty Beniers. Oh, Marco Casper goes to the Red Wings. It's not Shane Wright, so Forrest, I'm sorry, but I think we knew pretty well at this point it wasn't going to be. Unbelievable. So what is your first line for the team? Well, that is the one thing is Beniers and Wright probably won't play on a line together for super long unless they both just turn out to be superstars, and then you kind of have like a okay, obviously not quite to the same extent because like Draisaitl, McDavid are insanely special talents in the way that Beniers and Wright probably are not, but you could have a similar type of problem where your two best forwards are both at the center spot, and then what do you do? Do you put them on separate? Like it's the same thing the Islanders or the Oilers. Goodness gracious, the Oilers have been doing for years now is trying to figure out. All right, do we put them both on the same line because they're our two best players, or do we put them on separate lines because they're our two best centers? So I think you certainly put them on separate lines to start things off, just to get some veterans around them. You don't really want two guys that are fresh into the league, out there just figuring it out. I mean, they would have had a lot of practice and all that stuff, but you want a little bit more veteran presence around those guys to start off. So probably not on the same line for the majority of the time, at least to start things off. So then you got to figure out like where do you first line is probably still like Eberle, Beniers. I don't know. Maybe you keep Donato there. But yeah, you probably don't have Donato on a first line, right? But maybe the third line. Oh, gosh, I wonder if maybe like Gord, Tanev, and I don't know who else is third line. Second line. Hopefully you get Donskoy starting to produce, and you can have like something like Donskoy, Eberle, Beniers. That'd be kind of good. Or second line is that'd be a good first line. Second line maybe then Shane Wright. I don't even know. I mean, obviously the Kraken are going to pick up hopefully a couple of good free agents here, and that'll change things as well. Do you know who this is? But will win us a cup. Oh, don't know who this is, but he will help us win a cup. Well, we can take a look. I have it pulled up right now. Oh, no, I don't. Whoops. All right. Marco Casper, that's what. All right, Marco Casper is a 6'1" center from Sweden. I mean, you're probably watching this right now, and they've probably said everything I'm going to say. I don't honestly know anything about Casper because I did not look that far into this draft past the 4th pick. Play a lot. Let's go to Elite Prospects. Let's see what he's done. Let's just look at his points production because we'll just boil every player down to that. Because that's definitely the most important thing, right? Here we go. Appreciate the $2 donation. So we'll look at some Marco Casper stats real quick. Detroit's pick here. Not a whole lot of games. So, I mean, I guess in the SHL a fair amount there. Not a lot of points production, just 11 points in 46 games. But I would imagine playing in the SHL, he probably wasn't getting huge minutes. Very good playoff though, actually, that considered. 6 points in 13 games, especially if he's not getting a ton of time on ice. But playing for Austria in the World Championship, 2 points in 7 games. Not anything special, but not anything terrible either. So I'd imagine kind of an all-around player. Let's see again what The Athletic has to say. They kind of have him as NHL average and then above NHL average on the compete, which means he's a hard worker, which you'd kind of expect. So hard to say. I don't really know what to make of that pick for Detroit, to be honest, but that's all right. But I appreciate the $2 donation, Forrest. I'm sorry you couldn't end up getting Shane Wright. Buffalo Sabres pick at number 9 is in. I had to come here after the Shane Wright pick. What a come up. I know, right? Like, how did that happen? Oh, Matthew Savoie goes to... You know what? I love that for the Sabres. Sabres are like kind of low-key my East Coast team. Again, I love the... Or Eastern Conference. I love the underdog. I feel like Buffalo just deserves to have a winning team. And I like that Matthew Savoie pick there. How about it? Yeah, again, this is like... Make sure I spelled his name right here. Sure did. We're on a roll spelling things right at least. For the ones that I'm not just copy-pasting. But yeah, I like this pick for Buffalo for sure. Again, probably the, like, skill-wise, like the most kind of skilled, most exciting player in the draft from what it looks like. Definitely on the smaller side, but you know, it could definitely be what Buffalo could use as an... What a suit, my goodness. What's he got on the back there? Is that like lobsters or something? Like came ready with a blue suit. There we go. We'll get Wright's rights eventually. No. Not unless he's a bust in the... Actually, you know what? No, I don't want the Kraken ever trading with Detroit. I'm sorry, but Stevie Y wins every trade he makes. I don't want anything to do with that. I don't want anything to do with the Kraken. If I see the Kraken trading with the Red Wings, it'll just be like, all right, I hope we didn't lose this too badly. Metcalf and Brooks for the Hawks. True, Metcalf and Brooks are both good. So like the Hawks have some... I'm assuming Metcalf doesn't go diva and force his way out like Wilson did, but... Air France and J-Rod for the M's. Oh, gotta love both of those guys. How about Ty France? Like, where did that come from? It's like one of those guys you just kind of get in a trade and you're like, oh, wow, that... Guess he's just like a star now. Never mind this Evan White guy that was supposed to be our first baseman of the future. We have Ty France. Of course, that worked out with Evan White's injury, but hopefully he can get back and get right. You know, get healed up, I mean. Not Shane Wright. But kind of like, I mean, Mitch Haniger also, speaking of guys that are injured, but like Mitch Haniger, another guy you got in a trade and then turned out to be like way better than anyone expected. The Mariners have been winning some trades for a while now. Just finally starting to kind of pay off here in the last few weeks. And last season was more exciting than expected. Now, Beniers and Wright for the Kraken. We got some crazy good young talent here. Yeah. Kind of a bit of a lull. Oh, here we go. Connor Geeky's starting to show up on some of these best available lists. It'd be kind of like I don't want the Kraken to do it, and I don't think they will because it would be ridiculous. It'd be kind of fun if the Kraken like packaged a couple of their second round picks and moved up into the first round again to try and get Connor Geeky and get the Geeky brothers going. That'd be kind of fun, like Shane Wright with Morgan Geeky. That'd be a fun line. What is your least favorite NHL team? Anyone you just despise? I wouldn't say there's any team that I like really despise in the NHL. Like I mean, really, like the 49ers, the Rams, the Steelers, the Cowboys, Patriots. I absolutely hate all of those teams. I dislike all of those teams probably more than I dislike any team in the NHL. Which I think is kind of just comes from like I've not having a team to like really that I like grew up with here. kind of did that. Like I don't have super strong feelings rivalry wise with a team that like I said, I'm an Avs fan, but like I also really like the Wild, even though they're rivals. Just because I'm not a diehard. Never really was like a diehard Avs fan. It's definitely like I followed the team, watched a few games every year. I'd call myself kind of a casual Avs fan. Obviously much more of a absolute through and through diehard Kraken fan because they're the hometown team and it waited forever for Seattle to get an NHL team. But the team I dislike the most is, I'd probably say the Golden Knights, in division rival, and I mean there's not a lot of people that like the Golden Knights outside of Vegas, so it's probably the Golden Knights. If not the Golden Knights, then probably second would be the Boston Bruins, just because Boston sports are just insufferable with all the winning they've done lately. Plus, I mean, like, come on, Brad Marchand. How can you not dislike a team with Brad Marchand on it? How are you feeling about opening night with Wright and Beniers? I'll be there and excited. Well, I won't be on the super opening night because the Kraken opened the season in Anaheim, if I'm not mistaken. That just came out like yesterday, of course. All right, we got Pavel Yukov. We're well into players I don't really know much about at this point. So, sorry if you're a Ducks fan here to hear about Pavel Mintyukov, but Mintyukov, okay. Good to know that's how you pronounce it. So if you're a Ducks fan, you're here to hear about Mintyukov. Anyway, don't really know about, but here we go. We got 62 games, 17 goals, 45 assists. So good points production there in the OHL, even though his team apparently was terrible. I mean, if you're a Ducks fan, all you really care about at this point is the talent that you have already on the team. Yeah, I mean, Zegras is the most exciting player in the NHL. He might not be the best, obviously. We still got, like, Connor McDavid and Draisaitl, Austin Matthews. There's plenty of people before Zegras when it comes to the best player, but most exciting player, it might still be McDavid game to game, but as far as, like, the biggest highlights, I mean, Zegras is, let's just say when the Kraken play the Ducks, I'm not happy to see the puck on Zegras' stick, we'll put it that way. Especially behind the net. Sorry I'm late. How the bleep did Shane Wright fall to us? Three teams made a mistake and the Kraken capitalized is all I can say there. Okay, so we can go top down. So the Montreal, it came down to Slafkovsky or Wright, and they felt like Slafkovsky had proved himself more against, professional level players in international play, and he's certainly size-wise NHL ready from the size of him anyway. So yeah, they went Slafkovsky. A little bit surprising, but sure, you kind of just assume. And then the Devils. So the Devils, I guess, kind of come into it like, oh, well, Shane Wright fell to us. Do we take Shane Wright? You know what? We've got some good forward talent. We've been taking a lot of forward talent lately in the draft, and we're ready to start winning. So let's get an NHL ready defenseman. And they took Nemec, who was the one we thought was going to end up playing for the Kraken. And so yeah, they go Nemec, and like, oh, okay, well, Kraken probably will end up getting Logan Cooley because like it's like Arizona will take Shane Wright. Um, but yeah, and then it comes to Arizona, and Arizona ever the wild card. Just never expected Shane Wright was going to fall to them. They'd already written on the piece of paper when they showed up to the draft that they're going to take Logan Cooley, and Cooley was still there, so their little draft card was still eligible, and they just took it up and took Cooley anyway. And then just like that, Shane Wright somehow drops from the consensus first overall pick, obviously, as of like 2 months ago. As of a month ago, Shane Wright was the obvious he was going to go first overall, and he drops to 4, and the Kraken get him without even having to move up. Unbelievable. True, Yzerman could take Greece in a first round pick, and Kraken feel like winners. Yeah, I don't envy any team trading with Yzerman. Good to hear us Rams fans hate you too. I know, that's kind of what happens when a team is successful. Everyone hates them, and it's been the Seahawks for a decade. So obviously the most hated team in the division when it comes to like the other teams. But now the Seahawks are going to suck, and other teams in the division are all too happy to see that. Of course, the Seahawks will still find a way to beat the 49ers twice because that's just what they do. But yeah, screw the Rams. Ugliest team in the NFL, and of course they go and win the Super Bowl in their own stadium full of the other team's fans. Anyway, I have nothing good to say about the Rams, so we'll just stop there. I'm here for expert analysis. The Avs first pick at 193. Yeah, the Avs don't pick until the 6th round, and then they have a 6th and 7th pick. But you know what? I think anybody that is in any way an Avs fan will more than happily just kind of watch the draft and sit at home with your replica Stanley Cup when your arm around it on the couch. Or just a picture printed out. Ducks got a good pick. Again, like I said, things have been busy lately, and then with the computer. Anyway, I haven't had that much of a chance to look that much past the first few picks. So a lot of these guys, this guy that the Ducks just got, I don't really know that much about him, to be perfectly honest. I'll pick is in for Arizona here at 10 or 11, sorry. Wait, Arizona? Because there was a trade that I've missed. So we'll get that fixed up here. 11th pick is in Arizona. All right, well, give me a second here. We're going to be mixing some things around. Well, oh, so Kemper's testing the market rather than... Yeah, they got Georgiev. All right, the Coyotes moved up.
Coyotes are proud to select from the Winnipeg Ice, Connor Geekie.
Oh, wow! They moved up to get Connor Geekie at 11.
Well, obviously, I love Connor Geeky. He's a big body. Skating is maybe something that he has to work on, but that was Morgan too. Offensively creative, setting up teammates for high quality scoring chances. According to an NHL scout, there's a lot of upside. He's big in skill. As I said, skating may be one thing. They're also a baseball family, big family in small town Manitoba. They actually had the key.
All right, Connor Geekie goes at 11. So Morgan's brother to the Coyotes. So sorry about that. He probably won't play right away, but well, if they see similarities between Jumbo Joe and Connor Geekie, what are the Sharks doing trading that pick away? They want another Jumbo Joe. Who wouldn't? Where's this trade, TSN? I need to know where that trade ended up. All right, whatever. We'll come back to it later. Oh my! I don't know why my desktop audio keeps coming on, so I'm sorry about that. Still Geeky from the Jets. Any relation to Morgan Geeky? Yup, it's Morgan's little brother. Playoff losers, playoff losses will make you hate some teams. Vegas, Dallas. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I definitely. The Vegas win over the Avs definitely played into that, but like Dallas is like the Dallas one is kind of like, oh, they're in the division. I don't really like teams from Texas all that much, and the playoff loss sucks. But it's like, I don't know, Dallas doesn't. I feel like Dallas isn't. There isn't a lot to hate about Dallas. They just kind of don't do anything. I don't know. Sorry if there's any Stars fans in here. That's just like, to me, Dallas is like. I mean, I know all of the teams pretty well, but Dallas is like, if I was going to forget about a team, they would be one of the more forgettable ones.
Well, we had him high on the board, and he's a piece of the Coyotes. Big, he's got some ability, some skills. He can score, and he also brings an element of the size and just how hard he plays, and that's hard to find at center. And we think he's got a chance
Still Geeky from the Jets.
center in the National Hockey League. So we're excited about getting him, and we had to give up some assets, but that was part of the game plan all along.
How active do you expect to be the rest of the summer?
All right, where's this trade? I need to see where this trade is.
Trying to get it, any way we can create assets, through college free agency.
TSN has let me down on these trades.
So we'll be active all summer long.
Any update on Jacob Chikrin?
No, not yet, but we plan to have him back and play, and he's going to have a big year with us.
And then I just have to ask, when you get up there on stage, it looks like you have a lot of matching suits in your organization. What's this plan?
Yeah, it is. It's kind of a culture thing for us in Arizona. We don't. I think when I came on board, it's probably my idea to get everybody to match, color coordinated, and get her going. So here we are.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
Appreciate
So their culture thing in Arizona is to get matching suits. Okay. Suppose that's a thing to have. Anyway, I'm off. All right, see you later, Shane. Shane Holt here to see Shane Wright get picked. Oh, Sean, sorry. I don't know. I'm sorry, Sean. You're already out of here, so you didn't hear me butcher that, but Sean here to see Shane Wright get picked. Or you weren't actually, you got here late, but that's okay. Anyway, we're excited to see Shane Wright coming over to the Kraken. Massive chip on his shoulder. Prove he should have been first. That's right. Show the entire NHL why those 3 teams screwed up. Connor has a lot more hair than Morgan does.
Pretty excited to be at this organization. You see a lot of great players go through it, and I like the hot weather too, so that's a plus.
When you were walking up on the stage, it looked like you might have taken Richie was complimenting your flow. How would you describe your flow?
One word, probably majestic is my name. It's sounds cool. I'm trying to cut it, but mom won't let me, so we'll see what happens.
Oh no, Connor wants to cut his hair. Mom won't let him cut his hair. That's not what you want to hear. Usually be like, Mom wants me to cut my hair, but I won't let it. I won't let it get cut. No, he's like, I want to cut it, but my mom won't let me. I'm just waiting for players from the local USHL team to get picked. What's that? Oh. Denton Matejchuk. So defenseman from Moose Jaw. Moose Jaw always turning out players.
He is poised with the puck and high success rates when under pressure. His skating ability lets him create offense on the rush or join as a second wave. He has great vision and can drive offense by making critical passes to open defense and create chances.
His name almost did not fit. So we gotta, come on, bud. We gotta keep that a little shorter there. All right, 12th pick is made. It's Denton Matejchuk. Anyway, Denton from Moose Jaw is a defenseman. So 64 games, 65 games, 64 points with 13 goals, 51 assists. So pretty good points production from a defenseman there. A WHL Moose Jaw. Lincoln Stars. Logan Cooley's brother plays or played for you. Okay, that's kind of cool. So you saw a brother of one of your local teams guys go. Coyotes got a steal. Oh, with Connor Geeky, or with Logan Cooley. They've made a couple of picks now. First time the Jets have 2 first-round picks since Patrick Laine. Hopefully some similar results. Yeah, I mean, you're not picking quite as high as you were when you got Patrick Laine, but yeah, obviously you'd like to see a good player go there. They could definitely use it. The Jets need to find some way to like push it over the top there. They've got, it seems like every year it seems like the Jets are putting the pieces together to like have a decently competitive team that can get a couple rounds into the playoffs at the very least. And then, you know, like Hellebuck has an off year, and even though Kyle Connor is going crazy with 40 goals. Working on my Jets, like the Jets fan reaction one. That one's almost ready to go. The next one that'll come out is the Abs fan reaction because they won the Stanley Cup, which I would have liked to have out a little bit sooner after the Cup finished. But again, computer had other ideas, so. Please, someone pick up Des Moines Buccaneer. No, the Bucs suck. I don't know if there's anyone from the, let's see if Tankathon has. All right, let's see if some, so I don't think Joakim Kamel, he's fallen. Frank Nauser has fallen. Isaac Howard's. We're getting around to where Isaac Howard is kind of projected to go.
He's always loved the team.
And I've heard that you're a pretty incredible baseball player. How did you choose hockey?
I think I gotta give a huge kudo to my dad. He put me in both sports.
All right, all right.
Played baseball
So we got a couple of guys that have fallen here.
or summer, hockey in the winter, and just hockey was always my thing. But I like playing baseball too.
How do you think being a two-sport athlete shaped you?
I think it really shaped me. I think it showed me a lot of things in life.
Let's see here. Who's the
Many things, and it was a huge help
Kamel? Wonder if he's. Oh, he's a all right Finnish player. See, I don't know why he's fallen so far. It's kind of some talk of like maybe some of the Russian players would fall a bit because of the everything going on there. So pick is in for Chicago here at the 13th spot.
Talk in the WHL, you always talk here about Denton Matejchuk, small-town Manitoba kid like Connor.
Hi. Hello, Marcus.
He's a bit of an
Welcome to the party.
comes to play at
Shane Wright,
intelligent,
the Seattle Kraken.
mobile, and he looked great at top prospect. So I think that
It's a joyous time here.
the scouts that were able to get
Oh shit, there it is. Kraken for Shane Wright. Unbelievable.
to be a staple NHL player.
Also think of a small, undersized D-man. Although he's injured in Philly right now, but he was excellent in Nashville as a number 2.
Did you think that Derek Pouliot will keep number 51 for the Kraken? I would say that's probably up to Shane Wright. I don't know that Pouliot will be back with the Kraken, but it's probably up to Shane Wright. 51 is such an odd number, but I don't know. I mean, it is an odd number, but it's such a I don't know. That isn't like a number that you immediately think, oh, that's got to be a high skill player right there. Which, I mean, like Shane Wright isn't like a skilled, dazzling player like Cooley or Savoie is kind of talked to be, but obviously a very, very good player, the best player in the draft. Oh, there it is, Frank Nazar. Okay, that was one of the guys that kind of slipped a little bit.
This kid's got crazy speed. If you watch him play, it's almost like he gets like 2 breakaways a game. I mean, I don't know if it's his actual speed or his anticipation. He's always getting breaks. He's a fast player. He's got great hands. The one thing about him, though, he'd rather score than pass. This guy is a shooter.
So this guy's a goal shooter, gets on breakaways.
Explosive. So you're getting
Got a fast player that likes to shoot.
center like Kirby Doc, right? You got to fill the center position somehow. And Nazar's look at this, another breakaway, great finish. A nice pickup for the Chicago Blackhawks. I mean, I think the U.S. national program, they had the potential coming into tonight to have 5 or 6 first rounders. Yeah, this is the 3rd one to go off the board.
All right.
A talented 04 birth year for the
So Blackhawks get a guy that might have dropped a little bit, but again, a guy that likes to shoot the puck. Got some speed, gets on breakaways.
Native played as minor hockey for Little Caesars and Honey Baked, and one of those players that's equally
Let's see what we got here with Nazar, I think is what they said. It's either Nazar or Nazar.
clips of him and speaking to people is when he comes at you offensively, you can freeze goalies because you don't know if he's going to beat with the shot or the D.
Yeah, he was number 7 on my list, so I think this is an absolute steal for Chicago in the U18 tournament.
Okay, yeah, so
Average shot distance
ooh, hello.
was over 10 shot attempts, and his coach
Yes, in the juniors, he put up 35 points in 24 games.
he moves the puck.
Then the U18 team, he put up 70 points in 56 games, 28 goals, 42 assists. The US 18, what was this? Oh, the World Juniors, he put up 9 points in 6 games, 3 goals, 6 assists. So, yep, definitely a points producer for sure. So, good points producer there to the Blackhawks, who traded away Kirby Doc and DeBrincat today. So, Blackhawks definitely building for the future, picking up some picks here in the first round and trading away a couple of their their good younger players to get there. But it's part of the. Definitely be interesting to see what the Blackhawks do with Taves and Kane now. I look forward to the Vegas fan reaction. Yep, that will definitely be coming as well. So it's one that I've like gone back and forth with doing recently. I got a couple of things of how I want to, couple of parts of it I got to figure out to how I want to do them. But anyway.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's a really nice add to them. I go back to Luke Richardson when he was coaching in Ottawa's organization.
14th pick belongs to the Winnipeg Jets. So the Winnipeg Jets are on the clock. I know we had at least one Jets fan in here. Subscribed? Oh, I appreciate it, Marcus. Thanks for the subscription. Glad to have you. We'll definitely be streaming some games during the season. I don't know if we'll have a stream before then. We might do one for the preseason. We'll see. But I got lots of videos coming out over the course of the summer, so. I sort of want one for my jersey collection. Oh, that Kraken jersey looks nice. Yeah, the Kraken, I love the Kraken jerseys. They're really nice jerseys. I got the away one upstairs, so. Then we get the reverse retro. We still don't know what that looks like, but we get a third jersey this year already, which is great. Good way for them to keep taking money out of my wallet, so that's good. Yeah, you definitely got to get a Kraken jersey for the collection for sure. It's not a team I care about. No, oh no, it's all good. It's definitely teams I don't care that much about, but I love the jersey of, so. Sometimes I care more about a team just because I love the jersey. If I'm being perfectly honest, that's most of the reason I like the Minnesota Wild, so. Which I know sounds weird as someone that likes the Avs second overall. It's just kind of like one of those things where I like the Wild. They got a beautiful jersey, but the Avs are still my second favorite team, so. And the Avs also have a really nice jersey as well. But I mean, I also like I don't care at all about the Coyotes. In fact, the Coyotes are just kind of like, you like roll your eyes every time the Coyotes do anything lately. But the Kachina jersey is just, oh man, I love that thing. Is Wright expected to play in the first season? He'll certainly get a chance. I would be pretty surprised if he doesn't at least come to training camp. So he's an OH, like he's played in the OHL, so he's not going to college, so they don't have to worry about like. So the thing with Matty Beniers, why he didn't play in the first season, is he wanted to go back to college, and they can't sign him if he wants to play in college. As soon as you sign a pro contract, you can't play in college anymore. But he could still sign a contract and go play at the OHL level. So I would imagine that they probably they will very likely give him a chance in training camp, see how it goes, see if he's ready, and he will play at some point in the season. How much, it probably depends on how the first couple of chances go, so we'll see. But he will at least get a chance for sure. Ottawa's going to be insane in 2 years, like actually cup contenders for years to come. Ripped off Chicago. Yeah, that was a good trade, getting Kirby Dach. That was crazy. For the Senators, they just got to stay out of their own way, which has kind of always been the thing. Like, they got to figure out how to spend some money and not get in their own way. And they're definitely building something there in Ottawa, as long as they can keep going in the right direction and not backwards. Is this Kimmel? Oh, okay. Rutger McGroarty. Not McGordy. John, I don't know if you're still here. But not McGordy. McGroarty. Close, though. Ooh, barely fits. Rutger is what a name. Rutger McGroarty. Oh man. Every time they talk about one of these players, they make him sound like it's like, oh man, this guy does this and this. Like they talk about obviously all the things he does really well, and so you're just like, oh wow, I wish we could have all these players. But it just makes me so glad that the Kraken didn't screw up having Shane Wright fall into their lap. I get a small business loan from him.
Yeah, and he's a high involvement player, engaged in
Oh man, just looking over the little. So I obviously have like the everything set up here on the side and see the stream going and looking over there and seeing the ticker go by and see Shane right next to that Kraken logo. Oh, it's beautiful every time. Kachuk, Stützle, DeBrincat, first line. Yeah, that could be a very good first line for years to come as long as they can keep them all signed and in Ottawa, which for Ottawa is kind of the trick. But as long as they can keep them all in Ottawa, then yeah, that's going to be a very, very good first line for a long time to come. Remember that one time we got Shane Wright 4th overall? I sure do. Wow. Feels like it was yesterday, but it was actually just today. In fact, it was like an hour and a half ago. Oh man, it is fun to watch. Like the drafts are kind of fun to watch. Just like see how excited like these guys are to get picked, like get picked into the NHL. Of course, their parents are like even more excited. You know the Kraken. So all these hats that they have at the draft have like established in whatever year. The Kraken hat just said 2022 on it. I don't know. Why can't we get an established 2021, even though it was like actually 2017 technically, but it would still say 2021.
You said this is nuts. When you got drafted, it was one of the loudest cheers that I've heard in this building so far. Who was shouting the loudest?
The loudest? Oh man, I don't know. I got a lot of good family members, a lot of great friends up there, and it honestly means the world to me that all of them came.
Wow, this guy, he's so excited. Oh, that's so wholesome. So wholesome to see how excited some of these guys are. But Rutger McGroarty.
Yeah, Frankie just came up to congratulate you. How would you describe the Americans in this year's class?
We're a competitive group. I mean, we saw it every day in practice.
One of his U.S. development team teammates came up. Just got picked as well. Frank Nazar. They got picked 1-2 or back to back there. Oh, they're both Wolverines as well. Okay. All right, here's the Canucks on the clock. I'm sure there's some Vancouver fans hanging out in here. Oh, Cami Granato's the assistant GM. That's right. Left the Kraken, but that's okay. She moved up, so congrats to Cami Granato. Yeah, that's the big question for the Canucks in this offseason is what do they do with JT Miller?
I totally agree. I think, you're
Are they going to keep JT Miller, or are we just going to get full offseason of JT Miller trade rumors like we got for like weeks leading up to the trade deadline?
GMs that are women, and now we see 5 this year. We went from, few and far between of like owners as women, and now, it's amazing. So I think the tides are shifting, and thanks to Jim Rutherford and Vancouver Canucks for really stepping into that.
Yeah, I remember the All-Star game this year with Ferraro. He's like, Cammy, stop. Cammy, stop. Before I think she's going to get the job. Something about it.
All right, here come the Canucks with the 15th overall pick. So that'll be the Jack Eichel first round pick comes up next, 16th. And man, is that fun to see that be the 16th pick instead of like the 30 something or high 20s. Sorry, Riley, I know you're less excited that the pick that the Knights lost is a little bit higher up in the first round, but all right, will this be Joaquin Kamel? Joaquin Kamel? Yep. Wait, that's not who I thought it was going to be. Oh boy, that name is not going to be fitting into the... Oh boy. Okay. That bit needs to be like... All right. Talented forward, it sounds like. Of course, the Canucks in picking Swedish players in the first round is a tale as old as time. At least with two guys. I mean, the Sedin twins is really what we're all thinking about, but got a good water bottle here. Don't worry, that actually is water. It's not just like some sort of clear alcohol that I'm just taking a giant swig of. Okay, I gotta make sure that this next one is gonna be... Alright, back to 100. Good. Alright, we made it fit. We had to scrunch those numbers or the letters there a bit to make sure that his name fit in there, but we got it in. Jonathan Leckermecki. Oh gosh. I don't know if any of you are into tennis, but I just can't do tennis. Oh goodness, it's called the Gentlemen's Semifinals. I can't do the like pretentiousness of tennis. I love playing tennis, but oh god. Pro tennis just seems so pretentious. I just can't. Oh, wow. It's already 6 o'clock. I can't believe... Wow, can you guys believe that 2 hours ago we had no idea Shane Wright was going to be a Seattle Kraken? 2 hours ago we thought there was no way in the world Shane Wright would be a Seattle Kraken, except for Riley. Riley knew. On the clock, the Buffalo Sabres with the pick that once belonged to the Vegas Golden Knights before they acquired Jack Eichel. talking about their hair. A couple guys saying majestic. Some young guys there very happy with their hair. All right, so yeah, for Jack Eichel and a third-round pick, they got Tuck and Krebs, who have both been pretty good since coming over. And they get whoever this guy is, and then they'll get a second-round pick next year. If you're Buffalo Sabres, you got to see a little sneak peek of the Mariners blanket they used there. Well, yeah, the Vegas odds on Wright. I would never have put money on Seattle getting Shane Wright, but Riley did call it. And I remember saying, I don't think so, but you know what? I hope you're right. And sure enough, he was. Wow. The talk of the draft. Seattle Kraken get Shane Wright. That 27th pick looks like it belongs to the Sharks now. So we'll fix that here in a second. But up next here, who the Buffalo Sabres get with their second pick in the first round already. They took Matthew Savoie 9th, which I think is a great pick. I think they got a good deal with Savoie at 9. All right, Noah Ostlund. A silky player, another Swede. So back-to-back Swedes. Calling him a silky player. I don't know. All right, so he's a good setup guy. It sounds like. All right, now we got to get this 27th pick that just keeps bouncing from team to team. We got to get that fixed up here, because that belongs to the Sharks now, it looks like. Sabres, where's the one that has all the teams? I need to find this. Okay, Sabres. We're a long ways past that. I can't. Where did it go? Sorry about this. I'm trying to fix up this draft board here. Caps. All right, where's the Leafs logo? That'll be nearby. There's Leafs. Habs. It's got to be this next one. Yotes. Okay. So I guess I'm just not... All right, I don't know what's going on there, but we got it figured out. Found it. Doing the GM of the year, which will probably end up being the I can't imagine this isn't going to be Avs, but who knows. Okay. We're almost done. I promise. Almost got this all fixed up. All right, there we go. There we go. Oh, took a second, but we did it. While they're announcing GM of the Year, so I picked a good time for this. I know it's not the most exciting thing to watch ever, but we got there. Everything's fixed up now. We got oh, how's my son doing? Still good. He's upstairs, hanging out, enjoying the first day and first couple hours of the Shane Wright Kraken era. You may have to do a post-Kraken or post-draft Kraken video, but don't forget to shout me out because of I knew Shane Wright would. Yeah, there'll definitely be a post-draft video for sure. We'll definitely have a post-draft. We'll do it. It'll probably come out sometime this weekend, depending on when I can get the editing all done and all that. Julian Breezewa got GM of the Year. Oh, they're announcing the finalists for GM of the Year. All right, yeah, it'll definitely be Joe Sakic who ends up winning this. Kind of surprised Florida's GM, I forget his, but he ended up in there. Guess it makes sense. I mean, it was going to be Joe Sakic anyway. Yeah, obviously it was going to be Joe Sakic. They won the Stanley Cup. Like that wasn't a mystery, right? All right. What else do we got going on? How's everyone doing? Hanging out in chat. We're kind of in a bit of a lull here, about halfway through the draft. Pick 17 coming up for the Nashville Predators. Obviously, the big one's already. You'd think the biggest part of the draft has already come and gone, which is obviously the start, the first few picks. Starting out with Shane Wright not getting picked first overall. Instead, that was Juraj Slafkovsky. And then Shane Wright didn't get picked second overall because that was, of course, Simon Nemec, who a lot of people thought would be the Kraken's pick fourth overall. Ron Francis probably a little disappointed to hear that he got taken. What did Sakic just say? Anyway, so yeah, then Shane Wright fell to, third with Arizona, and of course Arizona didn't take Shane Wright either. No, they instead took Logan Cooley, which, leave it to Arizona to just lock it, just focus in on the guy that they thought they were going to end up with, and had his name written down. He didn't get picked 1 or 2, so they picked him at 3, and then Shane Wright fell to 4, and the Seattle Kraken didn't screw it up, and they took him. Which, granted, I think all the drafting that so far, the 1 year of drafting that Ron Francis has done for the Kraken went fantastic from, the little returns we've seen so far. Obviously, Beniers was great in the 10 games he played for the Kraken, and the second and third round picks, Riker Evans, and those guys have been lighting it up everywhere they were. Riker Evans was in the early second round seen as a reach by the Kraken, and, it looks like a guy that if you redrafted it a year later, he may very well go in the first round. So anyway, All right, Predators are on the clock now. So yeah, the Kraken get Shane Wright, 4th overall, the big one of the draft there. Haha. All right. All right, well, we're in a little bit of a break here in the draft. They're finally started the clock on the Nashville Predators with the 17th pick. Dallas Stars pick 18, and then Minnesota Wild with their first pick of the first round at 19. Of course, Minnesota Wild fans have other concerns right now with drama surrounding Kirill Kaprizov, so see what happens there. Nervous time to be a Wild fan for sure, especially with all that dead cap sitting in or about to set in. So got all that dead cap to mess with, and now if Kirill Kaprizov is gonna be whatever's going on there, that's who are the Pens getting? I don't know. At this point, I have it's hard to say. It's very hard to predict, I think, at this point. Considering we got Wright, feels like free agency plans have changed, and maybe Johnny Gaudreau makes a lot of sense for a team a bit closer to winning now. Yeah, I mean, I think the Kraken are definitely gonna be. Sounds like all the rumors are the Kraken are planning to be very, very active in free agency, which, a couple of the big RFA names that were out there have already gone. Like, Fiala has already left the Wild to LA, which is why the Wild are about to be picking here in a couple of picks. And then, yeah, DeBrincat just got traded, so a couple of those gone. Sounds like Forsberg and the Predators are getting close to doing up a contract, so Forsberg probably won't be available. Gaudreau, still haven't heard anything about him in the Flames. Probably will be available, and then do the Kraken go for him? I think I'd kind of be a little surprised if the Kraken make any big splash go for the premier. Like they're kind of doing a lot of things differently than how Vegas did, which sounds bad because Vegas has done a lot of winning until recently, but the Kraken aren't just out there doing whatever they can to make the flashiest, get the flashiest name that they possibly can. They're definitely building with a plan other than just get the biggest name possible and hope it works out. So we'll see. I don't know if I'd expect Gaudreau. The only fear I have, obviously I would be excited if the Kraken do get to Gaudreau, and they've got a lot of cap space to play with, so if they overpay a little bit, that's probably fine. That's kind of my fear, though, with Gaudreau, is that I think whoever gets him is going to be overpaying, because he just had a career season and has always been very talented, so it could be seen as, even though it was a career season, does this finally mean that Gaudreau is going to be producing like that for a few years now? And it could be a very long-term contract on top of that, so yeah, I would love for the Kraken to get Gaudreau, but not on a huge overpayment with a super, super long term. Oh, there it is, Joachim. Kamel. Finn. So yeah, but there's a lot of other there's a lot of free agent names out there this year, and we'll look into that a little bit more here in a bit. But we'll see. I don't know that getting Shane Wright instead of, let's say that they're coming into this draft expecting to get Nemec. I don't know that getting Shane Wright instead of Nemec really changes free agency too much. Maybe at this point you don't really need a center is the only thing. Like if you are going to have, two of your center positions taken up by Matty Beniers and Shane Wright into the future, you probably don't need to be signing a premier center long term, unless you're thinking about moving Beniers or Wright to wing, or potentially, I guess, whoever you pick up to wing, which I mean is, I guess, possible, but. And that having been said, again, both Beniers and Wright are pretty young, so maybe, like, if you can sign a premier center for, say, like 2 or 3 years and then see where it goes, then maybe that's a good way to go, but I don't know. And I say premier center, like, they're not going to get an elite center, but, get one of the bigger center names in the free agency. Well, thanks for sticking around, those of you that are still here. We're getting now into the second half of the draft, with Nashville having just picked, and Dallas Stars are now on the clock. So we still got 15 picks to go. So the Seattle Kraken table right there behind the interview, I think it is. Yeah, Darcy Kemper probably not coming. Well, almost definitely not coming back. So Darcy Kemper will be on the market, but the Kraken don't need to pick up another goalie right now. They'll be going into the season with Grubauer and Decord, and then figure out what to do with Decord when whenever Drieger gets healthy. Probably not until January, February, maybe even March. Until Drieger gets healthy, and then you'd figure out what to do. Hopefully, it's one of those situations where Grubauer is your starter and Decord's your backup, and then if one of them gets hurt, it's the NHL, that definitely happens, then you're picking up a guy off waivers or something like that and figuring it out from there. Arizona pick, they got Kemper, they got Devontae's from the Islanders, Alexander Georgiev, they just made that trade today, Alexander Georgiev again at the 5th, and then Patrick Nemeth trade at the 4th. So Avs down to just their 6th and 7th picks this draft. So Avs fans still just thinking about the cup and don't really have to think about the draft. Oh man. Well, I hope everyone's having a good Thursday evening here. A little bit more time. The Stars pick is in. We'll keep this going down here until the end of the first round, but obviously Shane Wright is the big talk of the town here for... Oh, we don't need to be playing that. Kraken fans. If we could show some video, I would, but unfortunately there's copyright, all sorts of copyright stuff that we don't want to get it all stuck up in, so... All right, here come the Stars with their pick. I do like that big green background. Still kind of wish the Kraken had green in their colors, but that's okay. Kraken jerseys are pretty sick, so like I think a green eye would look really cool, but you know what? I'm not gonna argue too much with what we got because they're awesome jerseys and I love the logo. So plus we're very likely to get some green with some reverse retro or something at some point with the Metropolitans throwback. Oh boy, so we're back to people just doing a whole speech before announcing their pick.
Official draft watch party in Dallas at the owner's box. The Dallas Stars are pleased to select from Lexan, Liam Bixel.
All right.
You're having a good night, man. You're picking them. You're nailing them. You don't see me writing it down as they get picked. That's what I'm saying. Okay. No, this is a big guy. 6'5".
Liam Bixel from Sweden. Another Swede.
He skates well for his size. I mean,
Lots of Swedes
that's the one thing that,
going here in the middle of the draft.
18 years old. Typically, they're clumsy, right? Got to grow to their body, but boy, he's pretty. He can skate for a big guy. A Swiss kid who's playing in Sweden, so leaves home. You know, to me, that's always
So we got a big defenseman here, big Swedish defenseman.
to leave his home country, to go to another place to develop. I like that because that tells me the kid wants to play and he wants to win. So this is a good pickup for Dallas. You think Klingberg won't be back in Dallas, right?
Actually, so he's Swiss, but he's playing in the Swedish league. That's my bad. Just Swiss player, but he's playing in Sweden right now. 6'5", 216-pound defenseman. That is a big man at 18 years old. Jeez.
Powerful man that plays a matchup game.
80-inch wingspan.
I told you.
Shout out Jay Billis.
Absolutely.
Back some Angels envy.
Exactly. And played exceptionally well. Look at the reaction from the family.
It's awesome.
But I really like the fact, your point, that he went and played in Sweden, played exceptionally well in that league. And it's a very
Not a lot of points production, but yeah, just 3 points in 29 games, a goal and 2 assists.
Yeah, and he's physically dominating. And I actually
But again,
so I called up my Swiss couple
you know,
to get some background.
a big defenseman, you don't need to be producing a lot of points, and that's a very, it's a very Dallas pick. Get a big defenseman that'll probably do well at preventing other teams from scoring and not do a whole lot to help their team score. Fits into Dallas perfectly.
In like an 18-year-old body, he's the kind of guy that can walk
Oh, some of these names are getting cut off here. Hold on, let's get that fixed.
different, and he looks to carry the puck up the ice. So big body.
Hey, no one let me know that. Come on now.
What I like about that, clothes on guys, right? That to me is what stands out. And you're telling me that risotto is good for you? Yes.
Once in a while.
All right, we're gonna get this fixed up here. Hold on.
We cooking risotto this week. Yes. But hey, you know, it really is about Switzerland has an elite program. They have a long hockey history, a very long hockey history in Switzerland, especially in the National League there in Switzerland. Nice job of developing players.
Then some of these longer names are getting cut off, so we'll just scoot that over.
Skating on skill and the points that
And
professional off the ice. You know what you're getting from Swiss players.
bang. Oh, look at that. All right, we got it fixed. Now you guys can see the full names. I didn't realize you guys couldn't see the full names. That's my bad. Full names are there, though. Connor Geekie coming up there at 11. You know, maybe someday Arizona can just hand over Connor Geekie to the Kraken so we can get the Geekie Bros going.
Long-term projection for Liam.
Well, he's a big, strong defenseman, and he's
So we're definitely into some guys now that probably won't be playing next year in the NHL, but maybe in the next couple of years.
a real player here that we're excited about.
What can we expect from your team in free agency?
I should say we're well into that spot in the draft now. I mean, we probably got into that spot after the first, 7, 8 picks. To be kind of generous.
Look, see if we can get him signed, and then it's going to be an interesting market. There's been lots of talk, and we'll see where it goes.
What about UFAs and John Klingberg? Where do you stand with him?
We've had discussions. We'll see where it goes. You know, we're about 10 days out here.
Oh, there's the talk about Klingberg. Klingberg is definitely one guy that's been talked about coming to the Kraken, and I would say the Kraken getting a center with Shane Wright here at the 4th overall pick. Again, the Kraken got Shane Wright. Oh, man. Then, yeah, going for a guy like Klingberg could definitely be something we see in free agency, assuming he's still out there. course, we could then get the Klingberg-Alexiak pairing, get the Stars pairing.
Full no movement clause. Deserves that at this stage of his career. Wild certainly are a Stanley Cup contender. As you can see, now the Wild on the clock now as a result of that Kevin Fiala trade, just like Joe Sakic.
Yep, so the Wild on the clock because of losing Kevin Fiala. Traded Fiala to the Kings, unfortunately, into our division, and a team that is on the up and up. By our division, I mean the Kraken division, the Pacific. Fiala is definitely one that I would have loved to see the Kraken get, but that the price was something the Kraken couldn't really pay, so that's all right.
So obviously they're going to go with some young guys, and now it's time to replenish with a pick like right. Yeah, I think they're in need of a center. Okay. So I wonder where they go with that. Cooley is a guy that is available still. Nathan Gaucher is a guy that could go big or Patrick Wall. Big, thick guy. NHL body already.
Alrighty, here we go. Wild are slowly making their way to the stage.
Right, with Polino and Greenway and Erickson X. So I wonder if that fits the mold of what Billy Guerin's trying to do. He seemed to buy into that.
Just about 3 hours into the stream. Had the big spike, obviously, when the Kraken drafted, and we all know who the Kraken got at this point.
Because you lost in the first round. I think Billy Guerin's mindset is to have a team that is big and strong and hard to play against, which I don't disagree with. I couldn't agree more. I spoke to Billy Guerin this morning, and that's the way Billy played. We both played against him. Hard to play against power forward type player, and adding more of that snarl and jam to their team, I think would go a long way because that could have tipped the balance against St. Louis in that. Billy's the best. Just a great rock on tour, fun to be around, and we'll see who he takes here. Here's Billy Guerin with Minnesota Wild.
All right, here come the Minnesota Wild pick. They're finally all up on the stage.
Wilbraham, Massachusetts.
Oh, they do have probably the best logo.
The city of Montreal for being such gracious hosts.
Oh, good. We're glad we're thanking the Montreal for the 19th time already.
Condolences to the San Jose Sharks and the Marchman family. And with our first pick,
There, our first pick in the first round. All right, we got a Liam and then a Liam.
I had him at 17, so I think this is a great pick too. High controlled entry rate and attacks the line with speed. He has zone entry success with excellent decision making with his next pass. He plays a puck possession style,
Another Swede.
loves the puck, and allows the
This time he actually is Swedish, not just played in a Swedish league.
I love all the points you made, and something that's really impressive to me,
So there's definitely a run on the Swedes right now.
and that's something that stood out to me as a player that you're getting at 17 as a two-way offensive forward, but the ability to
So we got a good two-way forward, I guess. Again, I'm kind of just we're going with what they're saying. I don't really know a lot about some of these guys at this point in the draft, but pretty good pick here for the Wild, it sounds like. Guy that may have been expected to go a little bit sooner, but again, probably will stay over in Sweden for another couple of years. Oh my goodness. That is a lot of points production at the junior level. So in the junior level for the Swedes, 30 games, 33 goals, 25 assists at the junior level in Sweden. That is some points production. Captain Swede, he was the captain of the Swedish team, Swedish U18 team that won gold at the Junior World Championship, the U18 Junior World. We'll get there. U18 World Championship. The Wild jerseys do look nice.
born and Russian playing players have been selected so far. Look at a guy like Miroshnichenko, who's so talented and so skilled among others. I know there are other real-life concerns that some clubs have. Will you be able to get the players? Is that an issue, you think? It's a challenge. But I really think that you also look at the way that little opportunity, right? And maybe
Yeah, they're kind of talking about now where do some of the the most talented young Russian guys go, because there's some especially with the stuff going on with, like, I mean, Fiala is obviously the biggest example right now, but some of the other things going are, and I mean, Letnov, the Red Wings goalie prospect. I mean, it's definitely something to be concerned about if you're trying to take a Russian player in the first round. Is what are the chances he actually ever gets to play with your team?
Bill, what was your long-term prediction for Liam?
You think Shane Wright dropped because teams knew something the Kraken didn't? Makes me nervous. No, I think it was teams overthinking. I don't think it has anything to do with Shane Wright. I don't think there's anything that, like, teams knew about Shane Wright that the Kraken didn't. And I think he was going to go to whoever it was at 4. Like, if the Kraken didn't take him, then he would have gone at 5. So it ultimately came down to Slavkovsky is much bigger, so that's something that teams like is size. I was kind of surprised that they didn't go with Shane Wright with the first overall pick, with it being in Montreal. But
Thank you, Bill.
Thanks a lot.
Guys.
I mean, that speaks to the sensitivity issue of Russia right now. We see it in the Brittany Griner situation. Yeah, he can't even talk about his player. Yeah, and to me, that's not good news. But that's a wise choice. It is the wise choice. But tell me it's not good news. It's better news than he probably let off, and I know that firsthand. But out of respect for the situation, I won't divulge anything on here either. But all I can say is that's a wise choice by him because you don't want to add any kerosene oil to any potential flames. I think that's a wild choice. Protecting the player, protecting his family members.
of course, they're talking about the whole situation with the Russian players right as the Capitals are about to pick. But yeah, sorry, no, to continue on the thing is I don't think there's anything to be worried about with Shane Wright dropping to 4. It was literally just the Habs decided that Slavkovsky showed them enough in the international play over the last year that they valued his size and the fact that he's got more of an NHL build at this point at the age of 18. So they went with him because he's definitely, as far as his physical attributes, he's NHL ready. And then it's pretty clear that when it came to the Devils, they were going to go Nemec all the way. They were thinking defense. They weren't thinking, I don't think they were even thinking about Shane Wright or Logan Cooley or any forwards. They figured they're good on good young forwards, so they just wanted to get defense, and that's what they did. They went Nemec, and then the third pick, it's the Coyotes. I mean, they probably should have taken Shane Wright. They took Logan Cooley because that's probably who they did all their work on. I mean, who knows? Like, I don't want to, they're professional GMs and all that, but professional scouts, well, whatever scouts they have. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think that was just the Arizona Coyotes over or under thinking the situation and not adapting to the fact that Shane Wright was still available. All right, there we go. Of course, it's the Capitals that take the first Russian player.
The most widely projected prospect, and definitely a dark horse, and part of that is he had non-Hodgkin's lymphoma and missed a lot of this season. So we don't have a lot of data on him, but he excels in driving to the net in the offensive zone, carries the puck to scoring areas, and his goal-scoring ability, puck recovery, play in an aggressive style, causing turnovers. And he doesn't need many quality shots. He capitalizes. He scores. You want this player on your team? I will say now, I think he'll be a superstar in the NHL in 5 years.
Love it. This is a steal for Washington Capitals right here. It really is a testament to the young man. As you can tell, he sees that the buzz cut.
All right, well, they're saying he's a potential superstar in 5 years' time, which, I mean, that's...
People over in Russia, a good buddy of mine, Dave Nemorowski, that coaches in the KHL, an outstanding young coach, always has had great things to say about him the last 2 years. This guy, I think the Washington Capitals have got an absolute steal. Meg, I'm with you on this. This is a great pick by them.
As far as the hockey side is concerned, it sounds like this was a steal of a player, and yeah, a guy that has dropped a lot because of the Russian situation, and I mean he's present at the draft, so obviously he found a way out of Russia for that anyway. Um, very talented goal scorer, it sounds like. Just yeah, like not because of the whole situation in Russia, not a lot of scouting could be done, and obviously COVID as well, but not a lot of scouting could be done with him. And yeah,
Jose, can you see Logan Cooley? There's an American off the board. Cardoche as well. America. Nice little first round. The 2022 NHL Draft. Penguins on the clock next.
all right, Penguins are on the clock.
Truly hard seltzer. Now made with real fruit juice. It's real refreshing. Because real fruit juice tastes better. True.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Try that breakfast pizza.
So can I get chorizo?
Yeah, bet you for it. Yeah.
Carnita.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Bacon.
Oh wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sense of that.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
Anyway, sorry, whew. Phased out there for a second, but phased out. I don't know. We're getting down into the 20s now. So the Penguins are on the clock. See who the Penguins go. I wonder if I doubt that. I don't know. I don't know if the Capitals taking a Russian player changes anybody's thinking on taking Russian players, but I don't know. I think we're going to see a lot of the Russian players. I mean, as far as, again, just the hockey side of things, which is definitely not the whole picture, assuming that they can get over to North America to play hockey in the first place in the next few years, then you could get some pretty good value for Russian players in this draft, but we'll see. Obviously, there's a lot that needs to be figured out there from outside of hockey, so...
I think I'm a smart playmaker, vision IQ. My shot are probably my best traits. I'm a two-way power forward with lots of skill. I'm a lead offenseman. I think that I make play in the drive play with my speed and my offense. I'm a two-way centerman. I'm a playmaker. Casper's guy. I'm a two-way forward. I can score a goal just as easy.
Oh, that's right, Jack. The other Jack Hughes, the not Hughes brother Jack Hughes, is still on the board. I don't think that... Oh, no. The Devils need to trade back up into the first round to make sure they can get another Jack Hughes.
Blackhawks began the day with no picks, but they're very happy with their two picks that they got, D-Man and a center iceman. And of course, earlier today, the Avalanche pretty much say goodbye to Darcy Kemper as they make a deal with Chris Drury and the Rangers. Kemper
Yep, so Kemper was 1 year and done in Colorado, but did exactly what they brought him in to do, win a cup.
Pittsburgh Penguins do not need a goaltender. Christian Jar, they signed Casey DeSmith.
Here come the Penguins. Yeah, it's another thing. We still haven't seen a goaltender go yet, but they will not be going here most likely.
Deal today. He'll finish his career in all likelihood in Pittsburgh. He'll play his 1,000th game next season. He's got a chance for 1,000 points in his career. Amazing. And only 8 D-men have done that. He had a great year last year. This contract should time out well for both. Good early for the Penguins. Good for Letang as he approaches.
Yep, so Letang just signed in Pittsburgh, so that's another potential free agent off the board. Someone that some people thought maybe could come to the Kraken, but I'm kind of glad the Kraken aren't paying Letang.
Three-time Stanley Cup champion and Montreal native Chris Letang.
Chris Letang is out here making the pick for the Penguins.
Merci beaucoup pour l'hospitalité. Les Penguins de Pittsburgh sont fiers de repêcher. The Pittsburgh Penguins are proud to select
Owen Pickering.
So the defenseman announces the defenseman. A little bigger than Chris Letang, big rangy fella, 6'4", 178.
6'4".
Place.
There's another big defenseman.
Well, he shows composure with the puck on his stick and high success rates when under pressure. His puck carrying and skating allows him to be involved in controlled zone exits to zone entries, going end to end. From the blue line, he can create space and avoid the initial shot blocker. We have him the most as Travis Sanheim, and he was actually drafted in the same spot as him in the WHL. And his hidden talent is he plays the violin.
Oh, hidden talent. He plays the violin. There you go, Pittsburgh. You got a violin player in the locker room. How about it?
Compared to Travis Sanheim, remember Ron Hextall and Chris Pryor were with the Philadelphia Flyers. They selected Travis Sanheim. So, that
Thanks again for everyone stopping in to hang out here in the draft.
simple. Seems to me like he's a projection pick. Yeah. Like this is somebody that you're looking down the road, and a lot. I think this is we see a lot of this, right? You're trying to project what a kid
See real quick here.
4 years down the road. I think this is
So obviously now with that, we got the Anaheim Ducks are back on the clock for the second time here in the first round. The pick that they got from Boston.
after 5 or 6 per text up into a current, and they said this is a projected top 2 pair. Okay. Brian Dumoulin down the line. Exactly. And for Pittsburgh, they've had those long-range defensemen, like you mentioned, be it him, be it Samuelson, and we can go in any era. They've always, when they've been at their best, they've had a long-range defenseman that's mobile, that can handle the puck well, that can handle the rush well when defending. A lot of those things are come to mind when we talk about Owen Pickering. What a deep draft for deep as well, by the way.
Yeah.
What a deep draft. So much premium. Yes.
All right, there we go. Got that figured out.
And so many available. So this is, I really like the selection for the Penguins. Mike Sullivan there, of course, the head coach. Stands next to Ron Hextall. And again, another kid with size, as you mentioned, they can skate. Yeah. Right? I mean, hard to skate nowadays. Yeah, I mean, it's just hard to find kids that size. It's amazing how they're able to develop it. And even with that size at a young age, still be able to put it together. Not an easy thing to do. Right? That coordination, that footwork, the agility. As you mentioned, a lot of these young kids are typically growing into that size and not necessarily comfortable with it yet. But you see him lead the rush here.
Wow.
Agility, gets in the spot. This is, again, as he was described to me, it's a lock to be a top 4D on any clock in terms of projection for him. So that's
Owen Pickering.
praise. But
Okay.
once again, we just come
Well, let's talk a little bit more about how the Kraken are feeling here with Shane Wright. Oh, no, we got some questions here. Who you hoping the Kraken go after in free agency? With Drieger out, do the Kraken go after a goaltender? No, I don't think the Kraken do go after a goaltender. Here, let's do it. All right. So free agent tracker for the NHL. All right, so just some. Let's just look at some names here. Let's play. Let's look at points, maybe. Let's do that. Let's do that. All right, here we go. So here's some of the free agents. So we got Johnny Gaudreau's obviously a big one. Nazem Kadri, that'd be a great one for the Kraken to get, especially, get a good winger here with some of the centers. Forsberg, it sounds like probably will be off the board. Claude Giroux, hard to say what's going on there, but Kraken don't really need a center. I mean, Nazem Kadri can also play center, but he can definitely play wing as well. Patrice Bergeron, don't really know. I would imagine he probably stays in Boston, but sounds like that's not necessarily a sure thing, so hard to say for sure there. Andrei Burakovsky, another Av player. Valery Nichushkin. Valery Nichushkin, another good Av there. Phil Kessel, don't need that. Andrew Kopp will definitely get signed. Strome will probably get signed. Perron probably signed, although maybe Palat would be one to look at. The Lightning always have. So, there's a lot of guys. Klingberg's one that a lot of people have heard from the Kraken. Pittsburgh guys here. Evan Rodriguez, the Penguins will get. Ricard Raquel they'll get. McMalkin, we'll see. Domi will be out there. Evander Kane, Kraken won't go with it anywhere near. But yeah, so there's a lot of free agents out there. Kadri would be one that I would definitely be interested in seeing the Kraken potentially go for. There's the Emerald City hockey guys. They're going at it as well. It's good to see them excited about getting Shane Wright. We'll go back to us, though. Yes.
I bet a lot of people did, to be honest.
All right, there we go.
Yeah,
But yeah,
these guys are young, Alex.
here we go. So the Ducks pick is in. Yeah, free agents. I don't think there's any way the Kraken get a goalie just because. I mean, there are obviously Darcy Kemper will be available. But they've still got. I mean, Drieger's hurt, but the Kraken. Oh, Mason McTavish is going to make. Oh, Mason McTavish wasting no time, just. Had an extra space there.
I was not expecting him
But yeah, Drieger might be out, but so what it really comes down to is that there's not really a lot. I mean, how do I say this? Sorry, I'm scatterbrained now, but the Drieger's out, but the Kraken still have Grubauer. He's not going anywhere, at least for another year. They'll see where this year goes with Grubauer. But then they still got Decord, and they can't send Decord back down to the AHL without sending him through waivers, and he wouldn't make it through waivers, especially with the AHL season he just had last year. Even though he didn't have a great time at the NHL level the few times he came up for the Kraken, but he's still a pretty young for a goaltender, and again, fantastic AHL season, so there's not a chance he would make it through waivers. He'd get taken right away. So the Kraken were going to end up having to make a decision between him and Drieger anyway, as far as one of them would have to get traded unless they just wanted to lose Decord for free. So while it's certainly not ideal with Drieger's injury, it does at least save the Kraken some time in making that decision. So anyway, yeah, we'll see how that goes. They'll still have to make that decision when Drieger gets healthy, assuming both Decord and Grubauer are still healthy at that point. But yeah, there's, if the Kraken picked up like Darcy Kemper, then they would just be in the same situation of now they've got 3 goaltenders, and then also having to figure out what to do with Drieger when, he gets healthy again. So yeah, no chance they pick up a goaltender this free agency. If goaltending still falls apart over this next year, is still not great, then I think you start looking at making some big changes, like trying to figure out something to do with Grubauer and yeah.
We're all excited about having 2 centers, and guess what? They got Cheevers and McTavish.
Oh, do we have?
And the other thing is, every single
I had some. I don't know why it keeps turning on desktop audio. That's so annoying. I'm sorry if there was some stuff coming through there.
get to meet so much team, so much people. It's just, I don't have any words.
Merci beaucoup.
Merci, c'est gentil.
All right.
Emily always says thank you in the native language of the players she's talking to. It's a cool little thing we discovered on ESPN this year. And that was, by the way, I just got a text from PR. That was Pat Verbeek's idea because Mason didn't get a chance to be on stage. He wanted to give him that chance. That's really cool. Shout out to MVP for
All right. That was kind of cool. So they let Mason McTavish come up and announce the pick this year because the last year's draft was virtual. So he let him come up so he could be on stage at a draft, even though he was announcing someone else's name. But still, kind of a cool thing for the Ducks to do there. Now I just need to get some better looking jerseys, but
Yeah, he might be, but I think they're going to go a different way. I think they're going to go more Ryan Chesley. Chesley's my guy. That's the guy that I think they're
let me know what you guys, any other, like, who are some free agents you guys would like to see the Kraken get? Obviously, I mean, hey, if you'd like to see Darcy Kemper, then what do you do with that other goaltending situation? Yeah, other than that, like, of the free agents still out there, again, Forsberg probably not going to be available, but do you want to go Johnny Gaudreau? If you like Johnny Gaudreau, then how much would you be willing to pay him? I think Gaudreau's probably looking at least in the 10 million range for a contract and probably some decent term, like 5, 6, maybe 7 years at 10 million. 7 years is quite a bit, but maybe 7 years, 8 million, or I don't know. Like, he's going to be looking for some big term and some big dollars, so you'd be paying a lot for Gaudreau if you get him. The Blues here, pick is in, and they're about to announce it for the St. Louis Blues at pick 23. But yeah, some guys like, I mean, Nazem Kadri might be another guy that gets a little bit overpaid. I mean, that is kind of one thing about this free agency, because this last year had so much points production, more than an average year. Like, the average points in the NHL was up, or just points in general were up in the NHL a ton this last season. So, Jimmy Snuggerud. What a name. Snuggerud. That is quite the last name. I like it. Well, I don't know much about Jimmy Snuggerud, but fantastic name. Apparently a very good shot. How did Arizona get the 11th pick? They traded up to it from with the San Jose Sharks. So there's I don't know if you guys can really see them, but on that little ticker, there's like, I have like little symbols under it. So if it was a traded pick, there'll be like a little logo in front of the big logo, kind of down in the corner. So if you see like the little logos in front of it, they're kind of hard to make out, but that's like, if there's a little logo, that's where the trade originally came from. And if there's multiple, then that means it bounced around from a few different teams. So I don't know hockey players because I just finished watching my first year, but oh, gotcha. Okay. I see what you're saying. I'd like to see someone who can advance the puck through the neutral zone. The dump and chase we did all last season was frustrating. Yeah, I mean, ultimately that dump and chase thing is kind of just a scheme thing, so I don't know how much that'll change. Obviously it does help if you can have a guy like, we saw Matty Beniers carry the puck through the zone a fair amount, so you know, if you have some talented guys that can just do that by themselves, then that's one thing. Ultimately, what you want to be doing is passing the puck through the neutral zone and like moving it up that way. Having just one guy carry through the neutral zone is just, you need someone that's really, really good with the puck and fast enough to be able to beat people to do that. And that's something like a guy like Johnny Gaudreau could help with. Yeah, it's... Oops, the Minnesota Wild are on the clock. So this is Minnesota's actual pick. Am I bouncing the camera? I sure am bouncing the camera. Sorry, bouncing my leg a bit. Wiggling the camera. So yeah, I don't know that they're going to get anyone in free agency. I mean, just like looking through this list again, there's not really anybody that's just going to straight take the puck through the neutral zone on a consistent manner, but there's a lot of guys, there's a lot of experience, a lot of experience here in free agency. So, you know, again, Goudreau's maybe the one guy that could potentially, like, has some of that talent that could get it through the neutral zone. Nazem Kadri is definitely more of a, you know, we're passing our way through, or he's probably more a guy that is up front getting the puck passed to him, or at least that's what he did in Colorado. Or he's going and taking the puck away along the boards. Very physical player. Philip Forsberg, again, that's more of a playmaker type of guy, but again, probably won't be available. Claude Giroux, yeah, I mean, he's certainly not going to be at 34. He's certainly not going to be moving the puck by himself. Ooh, excuse me. But he'll pass it. Very good veteran player. So Patrice Bergeron, kind of the same. I mean, you know, I doubt he's going to go anywhere. But Burakovsky, Nichushkin, yeah, I mean, you're looking at a lot of guys there that just, you're not looking at one guy that's going to carry it through. So there's plenty of guys in free agency the Kraken could get that could help them pass the puck through the neutral zone. Then the question is, can the Kraken scheme up getting the puck through the neutral zone via passing? Because it's not like they don't have guys that could do that. Like, again, Jordan Eberle's perfectly good at passing the puck, and you know, the Kraken have guys that should be able to do that. It took them a while to figure out how to play together. So like the start of the season, it was just, there were a lot of plays where you could tell it was a guy passing to a spot that he expected someone to be, and there wasn't someone there. And that comes down to, again, coaching and familiarity with your team, which the Kraken had no familiarity with any of them from the start of last season. So they're figuring out how to play together as the season happened. So that definitely played into that. And, you know, the quick fix to that being a problem is the dump and chase, right? So
You know what I love about it? It's the humility, okay? Because you're producing all these track athletes, volleyball, football, basketball, everything else, baseball, and seeing that there was an area of need and a potential growth and being able to really enhance the development model. I love what they've done at USA Hockey.
And out of all the kids that they've interviewed, they seem like great kids too. Some of them can be pretty cocky with attitude. These kids all seem really cool. Here come the Wild again. Billy Guerin, second
I like this little mic that just kind of rises from the stand. All right. All right. So the Wild are taking a Russian player. So
He's a great player. I'm actually surprised he's still available. So they must be over the moon. He plays a puck possession style. He wants to carry the puck and create chances. He plays a high pace and can execute at full speed. Exactly what you want in the modern NHL. Quality entry player and high
Daniil Yurov,
who attacks the middle of the ice.
another. So like, I mean, kind of the same thing they were talking about with Ivan,
So surprised he's there.
long last name, Mirshenkov earlier, is a guy that is probably a lot better than where he's being selected in this draft, and definitely attribute that to being a Russian player with the current situation there. The fact that the Wild are taking a Russian player in the first round maybe points to them not being too terribly afraid of the situation with Kaprizov. Obviously, if their front office, which, you know, they're as dialed in as anybody into that Kaprizov situation, if they were feeling especially worried about what's going on with Kaprizov, then they might be a little bit more hesitant to pick a Russian player in the first round. But so Oh, we got a trade potentially here. Trade. So Toronto. So Toronto just traded Mrazek. They probably losing Campbell unless this is to make space to sign Campbell. But they're trading Mrazek in order to move down in the draft. So they're making cap space. All right, well that's I guess good for Chicago. They don't have to worry about cap space because they're in a rebuild. So I mean, one of those teams. So yeah, they're talking about what's Toronto going to do for goaltending. Maybe they go after Kemper. All right, here we go. Now I get this, train it over to. Any power play guys, offense or defense? Yeah, I mean, again, it's just talented forwards. So PK is a little bit more. Kraken could use some help in the PK, but power play guys, yeah, you just want guys that can put the puck in that. And that's again any of those guys I've been talking about. Like Goudreau could definitely help on the power play. I don't know that Klingberg. I mean, maybe Klingberg a little bit more PK. I think with Klingberg. I think that's part of what they were hoping with Nemec was they were looking at a guy that could quarterback the power play going forward. But obviously, Shane Wright is not a bad player to get. Shane Wright could definitely help there down the road. Yeah, I don't know. I think if the Kraken do get some guys in free agency, there will definitely be guys we'll see on the power play. The Kraken are going to try all sorts of things on the power play at the start of the season to try and get something to work, because obviously that was a sore spot last season. Yeah, there's plenty of talent, plenty of guys talented enough to play on the power play, especially the power play the way the Kraken were going. And again, though, a lot of the power play comes down to scheme. I mean, the Canucks have a lot of talent on that team, and they had not a great power play. I guess they had an okay power play, but they had terrible penalty kill. But it comes down to scheme as well, and the Kraken scheme was extremely predictable. I think that the power play, while they definitely could use some extra talent there, that came down to scheming, and they need to get that figured out more almost than the player. All right, Sam Rinzel. I hope the Avs fans continue the all the small things tradition. Well, they got to a cup with it, so I'm sure they'll try to keep that going for a while. Usually that's the kind of thing that like you just keep going because of superstition and all that stuff. So
What they started, but this is a kid that has size, and I think a lot of people had graded later, but I think a lot of people saw that there was some potential. The fact that he didn't play a full season in Tier 2 junior, maybe you don't get a full idea of what he is, but this is a guy that I think has full potential for sure.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit of a reach, but he did register 1.4 points per game to lead defenseman. And, he pushes the puck in transition, passing,
I got another big defenseman here.
sells and puck carrying. So
Very lots of tall 18-year-olds.
I had him like 43. So to pick him this early, they must have saw something that maybe
The Blackhawks definitely. So it sounds like this guy might have been a bit of a reach. Might have been a bit of a reach for the Blackhawks, but again, this must have been something they really they're saying they must have had something they especially liked about him. And again, this is their third pick now, I think, of the first round. Yeah, third pick of the first round. So, the Blackhawks have already gotten a couple of guys they liked, so they might as well take a chance on someone else.
The agility, size, reach, the frame. This is a reach. This is a real aggressive pick, but nonetheless, maybe they found themselves a gem here and got some value with this pick at this number.
But I think analytically, you could have waited. So why trade up to take this pick? That would be my question to them.
Why trade up?
Fair question. That is a fair question, and sometimes your point.
I mean, they did get Mrazek, so it's not like they.
I think they need defensemen too, right? Without question. And defensemen were starting to get knocked off the board, and he's 6'4" plus. This is it.
Thinking of big bodies,
Big
might
body,
go.
yeah. So you like them, and you can swing on some of these too, if you're Chicago, because the expectations, they're not going to be a highly competitive team next year. Let's phrase it that way, right?
All right. Montreal is up next, so bit of a roar from the crowd there.
What were you hoping for?
I was just hoping that, one team get their trust in me and end up picking me, and, thankfully that happened, so.
You joined a Blackhawks team that's in a rebuild, which means they're creating a team with all players around your age. What do you think that's going to be like?
I think it's going to be a good opportunity for me and for a lot of other players to come in and make an impact, and, I'm kind of looking to do the same thing, so.
What are you most excited about in Chicago?
The whole atmosphere, I think maybe meeting Patrick Kane or stuff like that. It's pretty cool, so.
What's your most excited? I want to meet Patrick Kane.
He's a cool dude, so I don't know. Maybe I'll say something slick. Who knows?
Get some time to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys.
He'll be a go for 2023, 24.
Maybe I'll say something slick. Oh boy. That guy's got a
You can see just the players beaming.
moment was yep.
Dream come true, chose up by an NHL team. If you're looking for Summer League basketball somewhere on ESPNU, we're hockey right.
Oh man. Let's see what else we got going on here. Oh fuck. Oh, sorry. I don't know why it insists on having desktop audio, but yeah, I will say that's one thing. The draft makes you feel a little bit older. It's like definitely over 10 years older than everybody in this draft. They're all 18-year-olds, which I mean, we're getting there with the NFL draft as well, but all like 18-year-olds being taken to the NHL draft is
Selling a home is expensive.
yep, those are some young guys.
Solar system to sell your home for top dollar and save you thousands in commissions. I was amazed at the fact that my house sold in one ideal agent saved me in the neighborhood of $20,000 to $25,000. The process was as easy as it gets. They are the number one
Isaac Howard is Isaac Howard's still on the board, so
available nationwide
It's one guy that we kind of thought would be maybe gone by now, but could slip to the second round. The Kraken, I mean, at this point, the Kraken could end up getting a guy like that. Although I bet the Kraken probably get defense here in the second round, but who knows? Again, anybody they get in the second round is not going to be playing this next year, so. So the Canadians, this is their pick from the Flames in the Tyler Toffoli trade, so. That one's that logo is a little bit hard to see there down in the corner, the little Flames logo and all that other red going on there, but 26th pick, the pick is in, so we'll see who the Habs took with their second pick in the first round. Again, one of the picks that came over in the Tyler Toffoli trade. A trade that also saw Kraken great Tyler Pitlick, the first player ever traded by the Kraken the day after the expansion draft. Saw him go to the Canadiens. All right.
And he's 20th, so this is a good pick for the Canadians. He joins the other Slovakian players in the first round and generates chances.
Philippe Massard.
Very strong.
I don't know why I rolled that R, but
Moves the puck into scoring areas.
Philippe Massard.
Vision as a passer,
Messar.
passing lanes into scoring areas. He's comparable to a Connor Garland, so gonna be a little bit of a size comparison too. That's okay. A little scrappy player that can score.
Don't agree. Another Slovakian, which is amazing. Yeah. Natural history. What a night it is for them.
Yeah, a lot of Slovakian players going here in the first round. Obviously, they got 1 and 2.
Population, but for the Slovak players, proud, the great hostels in the building.
Another guy that played on that Slovakian team in the Olympics with the top 2 picks in Nemec and Slavkovsky.
You mentioned a Connor Garland type player. Look at the smile on his face. Hyper competitive, and a lot of people said.
And he's going to the same team as his teammate there, Slavkovsky. So he and Slavkovsky can play together still, hopefully. For them, I'm sure. Handing out jersey, Habs handing out a jersey with 22 on it, which seems a little funny. Doesn't have the... It's a different name on the back of it, but... I mean, it's the draft of the 2022 season, so it makes sense why. It's just... They will not be wearing 22 when he gets to the team. You got his hair all done up. Make sure to get that hat on there without messing up the hair. Hey, the Sharks finally get to choose now. Yep. Gonna call it a night. Appreciate the insight and love the channel. Usually I'm looking forward to CFB or NFL, but both leagues are clown shows at the point, so yep. Yeah, it's a rough time, especially if you're a Seahawks fan, so yeah, and college football is just, I don't know if that's what you meant by CFB, but college football is just an absolute mess right now, so. Go Kraken indeed. Thanks for stopping in. Nuke away. Thanks for everyone that stopped in. We'll probably keep this going here for the last few picks and then maybe a little bit longer afterwards, but probably not too much longer. I still gotta eat dinner and wind down a bit. Obviously, it's been a pretty exciting night with a night that's gone a lot better for the Kraken than what any of us thought was going to happen. So, you know, again, the Kraken getting the surprise drop of Shane Wright to them in the first round, the 4th pick. You know, all season long, it was like, I remember people in the R&Rs after games talking about how, like, oh, we got to make sure that, you know, I hate that the Kraken are winning games because they're losing a chance at getting Shane Wright. You know, this, that, like, Like the Kraken are blowing their chance at Shane Wright. And here he is. The Kraken get the 4th pick. They actually fall a spot in the draft because the Devils jumped them in the draft. And Shane Wright still falls to them at pick 4. How's Eklund looking right now? That's a different one. So, but yeah, we'll keep this going for a little bit longer. We got a few more picks. We'll definitely get through the end of the first round and appreciate everyone sticking in. Dropping the likes. Appreciate that.
Week continues off tomorrow night, 7:30 Eastern, with the Union second in the East, hosting DC United. Then El Trafico with the Galaxy taking on LAFC, and international icons Gareth Bale making their MLS debuts. Both matches on ESPN, Deportes, and ESPN app. Here's why the Sharks are picking now. They were scheduled.
All right, so the Sharks are finally picking now. This is a pick that they traded with the Coyotes. So the Coyotes traded up to 11 to get Connor Geekie, and then the Sharks go down to 27, but they get 2 second-round picks, 34 and 45. So a pretty decent return to let the Coyotes jump up to get Connor Geekie. They get 2 bonus picks in the second round, which is, Sharks are also rebuilding. Let's call it what it is there. Suppose I could change the Sharks one to that nice teal color. Let's do that, huh? Nope, that's the wrong color. There we go. So the Sharks have an entirely new coaching staff except their goaltending coach who stayed. Meanwhile, the Kraken have the same coaching staff except the goaltending coach who has changed over. Kraken got a new goaltending coach, stealing the goaltending coach from the Maple Leafs.
Thank you, Montreal. You guys have been wonderful hosts this week. I'd like to congratulate Joe Sakic and the Colorado Avalanche.
All right, we're doing the whole congratulate the Avalanche thing.
Before we make our selection, on behalf of the Marchman family and the San Jose Sharks organization, I want to express our sincere thanks for the outpouring of love and support that we have received over the last 24 hours in response to the sudden loss of our beloved friend and colleague, Brian Marchman.
So Brett Lambert is still available.
As most of you know,
Seamus Casey, that'd be a good one to get for the Kraken. His name is C.
absolutely loved it.
C in the name.
He breathed it. He used it. No one was happier to be at the rink than much. His opponents may not have enjoyed playing against him, but as someone who was his teammate, I can tell you that there was no one I'd rather go into battle with, or who you would want on the bench than Brian. Brian's reputation on the ice was that of a fierce, relentless competitor.
Talking about Brian Marchment.
Down to earth, loving, and he truly cared about people. You could tell this by the way he engaged with everyone,
Seamus Casey.
he asked, and the time he spent with you.
Lane Hudson.
The imprint that he has left on his teammates during his 17-year NHL career, the Sharks prospects who he has mentored and helped develop, and on his colleagues, both inside and outside of the Sharks organization, will be felt well into the future. Tonight, we again send our most heartfelt condolences to all of Brian's family and friends, but particularly his parents, John and Joanne, his siblings, Wayne, Carrie, and Tara.
So they're talking about Brian Marchment again. This is the Sharks pick, so they're obviously the Marchment being a part of the Sharks organization. Taking some time to do a little speech there about Marchment.
To make our first round selection is our director of scouting, Doug Wilson.
All right, here we go. We got two Phillips going in a row. The run on Phillips is in.
Yeah, shout out to Doug Wilson Jr. I mean, the Wilson family in San Jose had such a long tenure, such smart hockey people, and I think this is a great pick. He plays a puck possession style. He protects the puck in the offensive zone. A tall center, which allows plays to develop, and he doesn't force plays. High controlled entry rates and wants to carry the puck into the zone. He ranks second in the IHF under 18.
All right, the run on Phillips has started here in the last part of the first round, so see if the Sabres can find a Phillip to get as well.
Any situation, and the type of player that any coach can put over the boards at any time. And he's also a young player who's playing in Sweden. It's very rare to get ice time. He really earned a lot of ice time and the trust in the coaching staff, which to me says a lot about a young player, especially at the center ice position with all the defensive responsibilities. Yeah, a good NHL size body, right? He's over 6'2". I think he's a notch under the three guys that were taken from your guard. But this is a guy that, I think a lot
I don't know, I'm participating in that, but man, what a day. What a day. I don't know how many more times to say it. Well, good for the Sharks. Get Philip Bistedt, another Swede here, or played in Sweden anyway, I should say. 40 games, 16 goals, 33 assists, playing over in Sweden. He's from Sweden as well. Okay, Swedish guy. Oh, playing in his hometown. How about that? 6'4", 200-pound center. That is a big center. They're trying to get their next Jumbo Joe for sure.
Again, you heard my career with the condolences to the family. That's kind of their salute to Brian Dennis.
right there.
Unexpectedly passing away at the age of 53. So it's a tragic situation, obviously, for his parents, for his son Mason, who we saw really blossom in the NHL this year. And you guys, you knew around him. What kind of person was he? What persona was that?
Just a warrior. A warrior in every way. And really good to a lot of young players. Had his hard rules, but he was good to a lot of young players, which is why he's in this role. Not only as a scout, but also in player development. He helped mentor a lot of these young players and bring a little bit of the old school jam to them.
Oh. Well, what do we got? Any questions? Other people feeling? Things we're feeling about this draft so far? Obviously, a huge draft for the Kraken. I mean, I don't know how much more of a win you get on the draft than getting Shane Wright, the guy that was supposedly the consensus number one as of like a month ago, and here we are at Kraken getting him at number 4. So big win there for the Kraken, obviously. Some other teams that have done well in this draft, again, Chicago has gotten 3 picks, trading up a couple of times, so good draft for them so far. Buffalo seems like they've got... I really like the draft Buffalo had, especially getting Savoie at 9. I think it's a good pick. The Coyotes have picked a couple times in the top 11. They picked twice. Picked at 3rd and then 11th, so you'd like to think that was good, but they passed on Shane Wright, which, again, Kraken fans all too happy because Seattle didn't screw that up and did take Shane Wright instead of just locking in on just tunnel visioning, like the Coyotes tunnel visioned Logan Cooley. The Kraken did not tunnel vision defense, and they end up getting Shane Wright out of it. So Nemec is...
You have 3 NHL goalies under team control: Aiden Hill, Kaapo Kähkönen, and James Reimer. How do you see that situation playing out?
It's all about competition. I think that's part of the culture we're trying to bring in, is that the best player wins and the best player plays. So it's all about internal competition.
So Buffalo's got another pick here, their 3rd one of the draft so far in the first round, 3rd of the first round. Then the Oilers will finally get, I think, a pick, right? Unless they traded it. Yeah, the Oilers get a pick. Let's see if we got the trades are updated yet. No, they're not updating trades anymore. Oh, no. It's like only trades for players. They're not trades for picks. Okay.
First hire is an important one, and you see what happens to Mike Green. Well, the Sabres are picking here because, remember, last year they traded Sam Reinhart for the rights of
Let's see what's going on elsewhere. Not, I mean, we're sticking with the draft, obviously, but this is so the Sabres got this pick from the Panthers in exchange for Sam Reinhart, so that was part of that. And then the Panthers signed Sam Reinhart to a big old deal.
Do this time. When you get 3 picks, you can maybe be bold here and take a swing. See what they do. The Buffalo Sabres are proud to select from the Czech League, Cooley.
Kraken, I was just looking at the Kraken Twitter. It's just like all sorts of Shane Wright thing. Is it all Shane Wright? Which, yeah, I would be pretty ecstatic if you're the Kraken and that you just have Shane Wright fall into your lap.
And I'll tell you this, a skilled player, played up in the top league last year in Czech Republic. I think
Guy from the Czech League.
they have the ability to get as creative as they'd like to. A skilled, very, very calm player.
So we got 4 picks left in the first round here, and we'll probably call it not too long after. I feel like I emotionally sprinted and I'm tired. Yeah, that's. I think I've been there for a little bit as well. So we're trying to keep it going, but some help from the chat. We'll get there. We got 4 picks left, and then I'll call it for the first round again. A busy day for the Kraken tomorrow. Obviously, the Kraken kind of doesn't look like anything's going to happen here in the first round again for the Kraken. So Kraken's day was kind of over early, but man, was it a big one getting Shane Wright in the 4th pick. The busy day tomorrow for the Kraken. They got 4 picks in the second round. Let's see here. We'll see exactly what number those picks are. So the Kraken, obviously, with the 3rd spot in the draft, they'll pick in spot 35. So not too many picks from this one. Some of those guys that you're looking at, I don't know if you're still watching, some of those top guys left are guys that Kraken can be looking at, which includes Isaac Howard, and Cephas Chase, great Seattle name. But the Kraken still get pick 35. They've got then pick 49 from Nashville, pick 58 from Toronto, and pick 61 from the Flames, or from the Florida Panthers via the Flames. So that was the one that the Flames traded the Kraken, that they had that pick from the Panthers. So we got a trade here. The Oilers have made a trade. Okay, so the Coyotes and Edmonton switched places so that Edmonton can make cap space, I guess. All right. So that good news that Evander Kane is staying? Oh my goodness, these will not drag. So annoying. Alright, got that. Now we need to change the color of the background. Black. And then we need to change... Hopefully that's the last trade of the day, because I am kind of sick of changing these backgrounds. But you know what? Everything for the ticker. Keep that ticker beautiful. It's not the most exciting, but that's okay. We're kind of done with Kraken stuff anyway at this point. That's okay. Unless the Kraken, like, surprise trade up. Can't see it happening, but not out of the question that it could happen. All right, there we go. We got the trade figured out. Of course, they had to switch picks, so it just made everything more difficult for me, but that's okay. Arizona has the pick in again.
So again, Arizona, they take on the Zach Passian contract. As a result, they get to move up.
Here comes Arizona with their pick now at 29 instead of 32. And I guess I should probably change this Oilers color to their blue. Since the Oilers changed away from orange as their primary color like a bunch of cowards.
Yeah, I mean, Chess is a kid that I've been banging the drum all night long. I don't know why he hasn't been picked yet. Let's see if Billy Armstrong goes for Chesley on a national, U.S. national team.
There we go. There we go. We got it.
How about you, Meg? Who would you take here?
Well, I think whenever you're looking at the first round, you're still questioning, right, who is in that spot. Maybe Seamus Casey.
Okay. Seamus. Oh, blue suits up there. Oh, yeah. Blue man group. The Arizona
Let's see. I could not be happier about Shane Wright. Oh, you and me both. Don't the Kraken have a second and third round pick? Yes, the Kraken actually have 4 second round picks and 2 third round picks. Maybe just one. No, 2 third round picks, I think.
No relation, though. No relation.
And you'll see how big he is when he's walking up to 6'7". Yeah, mostly talked about that when you talked about him. But, you know, he reported 24 points.
6'7". My goodness.
Jamie Alexiak, go figure. You know, very
Patrick Lamoureux, no relation,
player, though. That's what I got from
is 6'7".
a little bit longer to get into the NHL.
Mercy.
But that's normal for that big of a frame, right? To move like that. He takes pucks away from opponents, uses body for
6'7". That is a big man.
in good positions, defending and defends the middle of the ice. Gets good puck management, limits turnovers, and focuses on simple, efficient plays.
Steady, consistent to your point defensively, and in a league that still has a lot of electrifying offensive players, the tendency, especially in your draft years, to want to try to force offense, especially in a draft of this magnitude with this many defensemen that have gone.
4 picks, yeah. Yeah. So let's go look at it. Why not? We just talked about the picks the Kraken have in the second round. I guess if you just joined us. So once again, the Kraken tomorrow have picks 35, so the third one of the second round. So again, if you're watching the draft still right now and you see the best available players, Kraken are just 5 picks ish, about 5-6 picks away from picking again, although it will be tomorrow. So anyway, pick 35. They also get pick 49, That one's from Nashville. And then they as well get pick 58, that one from Toronto, and pick 61, that one from Florida via their the Calle Yarncroke trade at the deadline with the Calgary Flames. So 4 picks there in the second round, and then they've got 1 pick in the third round, and then 3 picks in the fourth round. So yeah, 1 pick in the third round, but then 3 picks in the fourth round. Also, they've got Calgary's fourth round pick, as well as the Washington Capitals third round pick. So, or fourth round pick, sorry. Fourth round pick from Calgary and Washington. So still a lot of picks left for the Kraken. Obviously, the big one, Shane Wright, is going to be the highlight of this draft for quite a while. You would have to think probably the rest of time, but anyone excited about, or anyone you're excited about for round 2? Again, I have not looked at round 2 too much, but Isaac Howard continues to fall. Brad Lambert's still falling, although he's a center, so maybe like it. I mean, I've been kind of joking about it, like Seamus Chase, because his name has C in it, so it just seems like he's perfect for Seattle. But kind of the next best defender left. Tristan Lanoux, I think it is another good defender that's still left. So some decent defense that's still left, and that's probably where I would imagine the Kraken go. That having been said, again, the Kraken drafted they drafted third. So same spot, actually. They drafted in the same spot in the second round last year, and they took Riker Evans completely off the board. Just no one saw that coming. And he had a fantastic season. So good enough that he is going to get a chance in camp to actually earn a spot starting, which is pretty quick for even a high second round pick to be up in the league, that get a chance to come up to the league after 1 year. Especially a guy that was seen as a reach as a high second round pick. So yeah, we'll see. I would imagine the Kraken could probably go defense, but if there's a forward that slipped out of the first round that they especially like, then they've got 4 picks in the second round, so they can go all sorts of different directions. But I would say Seamus Chase is kind of the guy. I don't really know all that much about him, if I'm being perfectly honest, but you know what? Let's go see what we have on. Let me. I suppose there also is Reed Schaefer is still it's a winger from the Thunderbirds, so it's another guy that you could look at potentially.
Like at some point, crazy as that is. Yeah, but like at some point that means something, and I've just seen it too often.
So let's see what we got on Seamus Chase. He's all right, 5'9", so not a huge defenseman. He's a right shot defenseman, so that definitely helps. Above average skating, decent puck skills, above average hockey sense, hockey IQ, and average NHL compete. I don't. The compete thing's kind of weird to me. That's I'm just looking at the athletic stuff here. So yeah, he was top 4 in the U.S. development program. So it's out of Miami, Florida. So he's from Miami, Florida. That's interesting. And he's committed to Michigan. So yeah, another guy that the Kraken could get after a year of Michigan and Seamus Chase. So miss Beniers by just a year. Oh, for Christ's sake, stop doing that. Oh, there goes Brad Lambert. All right. So the Kraken won't get Lambert.
Carries the puck with speed, which I love through neutral zone. He has controlled zone entries with a possession drive style of play and wants the puck on a stick. He has good vision too, finding passing lanes and creates shots for teammates, gets those shot assists in, and he's comparable to a Matthew Barzal. So a 30, it's more of a top 15 type of player to me.
I agree. His skill set is absolutely off the charts. The challenge is he's kind of been tantalizing some of the scouts with that skill set, and all the productivity hasn't always been aligned with that. But I say this again, the fact that he's still there, and as highly projected as he was prior to this season, if you can get him at this pick,
Yeah, I don't know how. It's a guy that definitely could have slipped down the draft quite a bit. Just kind of looks like he might have gotten overlooked and slid down way past where he could have gone. I was kind of hoping he just kept sliding. Maybe the Kraken would get him, even though he is again another center. But that probably does open up the Kraken a little bit more to just go with defense, and maybe Seamus Chase is that kind of guy. I was hoping for Savoie when I when I woke up in the moment. This is better. Yeah, I was kind of hoping for Savoie, and then I was like, you know what? Maybe there's a chance the Kraken get Cooley, because there was some talk that the Devils might go Nemec second, and then Slavkovsky, did he go to Arizona? But it seemed like Arizona's pretty locked in on Cooley, so they probably would have been Slavkovsky that would have slid to the Kraken, and then I think I would have probably taken I would have liked to see Slavkovsky, or I mean, actually Savoie's probably still I would have wanted at that point, but the Kraken would have gone either Slavkovsky or Jiricek. But obviously it didn't end up mattering because Shane Wright slipped to the Kraken at 4. And that is, I mean, we're talking about Brad Lambert slipped out of, I mean, potentially like a top 15 style play, like could have easily gone in the top half of the draft, slips to 30. But slipping from 1 to 4, especially when it's a guy this was the Shane Wright draft for a long, long time. Having him slip to 4 is wild. And then not only to have him slip to 4, but the Kraken, who had been, kind of rumors had tied them to their going defense, especially with 2 right shot defensemen likely to go in the top 5, which Jiricek ended up slipping a little bit farther than 5, but still, with 2 right shot defensemen that high up, it sounded like Seattle was going to get a right shot defenseman one way or another. But especially to have the top choice in Nemec off the board, for them to not just tunnel vision onto defense and to actually pick Shane Wright was, I'm not going to lie, I was a little nervous when they went up there to make the pick that they were just going to say Jiricek, and not to mention that when they had the third pick, Arizona announces Cooley, and then Bettman comes out to announce 2 trades, and usually when they come out to announce a trade, it has to do with the next pick coming up. It seems like that's kind of the trend, and so I was like, oh no, oh gosh, what did the Kraken trade? And fortunately, the Kraken did not trade the 4th pick. They used it, and they got Shane Wright. So, things definitely went right for the Kraken. So we got 2 more picks, I think, here. Yep, 2 more picks. We got the Lightning and then the Oilers, which does not mean the Oilers won the Stanley Cup, as everyone well knows, but that pick originally came from the Stanley Cup champion Colorado Avalanche. Then that was actually the pick from the Avalanche that belonged to the Coyotes for the Avalanche getting Darcy Kemper at the start of the year, who helped them win that Stanley Cup. And then the Coyotes just traded it to Edmonton. Edmonton moving down to off Cassian's salary. So the Coyotes picking up some extra salary in Zach Cassian so that the Oilers can make room for, you'd have to hope, a goaltender if you're an Oilers fan. But Brad Lambert picked up by the Winnipeg Jets here, who I think have actually had a pretty decent draft. They got a couple of guys that, especially in Lambert, that probably slipped a little bit beyond what they probably otherwise should have. But anyway, Seamus Casey, and so a couple defensemen there. Here's the Tampa Bay Lightning. Their pick is in. Let's see who they go with. There goes Isaac Howard. Oh, and Isaac Howard has picked Star Wars for his draft music, I guess. I don't know if he got to pick that, but I hope he did. My goodness, look at this guy. He's got a white suit jacket and a blue turtleneck. He is living... He is living his own style, that's for sure. Very offensively talented player, so definitely a guy that may have slipped a little bit again. And yeah, another very good player going to the Tampa Bay Lightning. Hugging all sorts of people before he goes down to the the stage. There he goes. Now he's making his way down to the stage. His nickname is the Iceman. Okay. Any good hockey player should aspire for the nickname Iceman. All right. So another U.S. development player getting drafted here in the first round. All right, the Edmonton Oilers, as of right now, still have the last pick of the first round here, and we'll see who the Oilers finish up the first round with. Seamus Casey is still available. Hoping maybe he slips to the Kraken at 4. So yeah, good run here. Got one more pick in the first round. We'll probably finish it up here not too long after that finishes, so we can so I can get some food in me here. Running on fumes a little bit energy wise, but that's all right. It's been worth it for this exciting second draft in Kraken history. Obviously got Matty Beniers, who everyone's very excited about last year at the 2nd overall pick. And then this year with the 4th overall pick, the Kraken got the 1st overall pick in Shane Wright. So there you go. Makes sense. Oh, man. Not really sure why the thumb for the thing doesn't seem to have worked, but that's all right. See if I can... Alright, that should have been the thumb. Alright, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why the thumbnail was weird, but that's okay. Still haven't seen a goalie, so I don't think. I mean, maybe the Oilers are a type of team that could use picking a goaltender. So maybe we'll see the first goaltender go here at the end of the first round. But it's looking like we'll have a goaltenderless first round. That's one thing to look at there. Maybe I don't know. Will we have a goaltender go here in the last pick of the first round? The Oilers obviously trading down to off Cassian's salary. Yeah. Oilers definitely trying to make room, probably to try to sign a goaltender. You'd have to think. Obviously, that was the issue for them in the playoffs. They get goaltending sometimes, but consistent goaltending was definitely an issue, and that's. I mean, they got to the conference finals, so you got pretty close with they had there. And do they try to keep Patrick Kane? Do they try to keep Evander Kane, which is whole thing there. Oh, the Oilers have made the pick. All right, so the last pick is in. Here we go. The final pick of the first round of the 2022 NHL Entry Draft is on its way. And what a draft it has been, especially for Kraken fans. All right, here it goes. Oilers pick. We're going to get a...
32nd pick. The Edmonton Oilers are extremely proud to select from the Seattle Thunderbirds.
Oh. Reed Schaefer. All right, the Seattle Thunderbird. Described as rambunctious. So Seattle Thunderbirds, 2 players in the first round here. Just sneaking the last one in. But Reed Schaefer was a Thunderbird. He, I mean, could have slipped to the Kraken. I don't know that, I mean, again, probably would have gone defense, but... Oh, here we go. Some Seattle Thunderbirds highlights. You gotta love it. Oh, man. I know that arena. Look at it. Here it is, Kent Valley. Actually, that's just the ShoWare Center, but it's in Kent. So there we go. Reed Schaefer closes out the first round. 66 games this year with the Thunderbirds. He put up 32 goals and 26 assists, so pretty good season there, points production-wise from Mr. Schaefer. And obviously he and his teammate Kevin Korchinski both going in the first round. Korchinski going 7th overall to the Blackhawks. So pretty early on there, the first Thunderbird went, and we finish off the draft with another Thunderbird. There we go. 2 Thunderbirds. So we close. So as far as Seattle's concerned, you got obviously Shane Wright, 4th pick overall, just made the day, made everyone's day. And absolutely, unless you're Riley, completely unexpected. Just, I mean, this draft could not have gone better in this first round for the Kraken, I don't think. I was going to say, like, it couldn't have gone better in any expected way for as Kraken concludes the first round. Thanks, Gary. We know there aren't 33 teams yet. 11 a.m. That's Eastern time, so it'll actually be 8 a.m. tomorrow that the draft will kick off, and we won't be streaming the second round, but that's okay. We'll follow me over on Twitter. I'll be tweeting out picks, and I'll be watching along. So, yeah, Kraken 4 picks in that second round, but couldn't have gone any better. Obviously, Shane Wright falling to 4. the guy that could have been the first pick as of a month ago. I don't think anybody had anybody other than, there were some people that were like willing to go just absolutely wild and say, oh, you know what? I think like Cooley, I could see Logan Cooley maybe going first overall, but really it's Shane Wright. That was a month ago, and now obviously Slafkovsky just rocketed up the boards. I mean, he was always going to be kind of a top 10 style pick, but really went up there and ended up getting picked first. So then Shane Wright falls all the way down. I had fun, thanks. Appreciate it, Riley. The one guy that believed the Kraken could actually get Shane Wright at 4 when things started. Rita's from Edmonton. That's why they took him. Okay. Actually, I didn't realize. I mean, yeah, I didn't know he was from Edmonton, so that's cool. I'm sure that's not the only reason you make your first round selection, but it doesn't hurt to have a guy from Edmonton there. Bring the hometown guy back with 32nd pick. Sorry I got here late, but I did go back and see a reaction to the Kraken getting Wright. That was awesome. Hope he turns out to be a huge steal for us. Yeah, I mean, you don't really think of the 4th overall pick as a place that you get a steal, but when the guy that everyone was competing for to try and get during the season ends up slipping to the 4th spot, you feel like you might have gotten a steal. I'm happy Seattle got Wright. So say we all. Some things are meant to be. Yeah, the Blackhawks just went wild with the trades and moving around. Same with the Coyotes, actually, but... So, yeah, Shane Wright, and then obviously 2 Thunderbirds going. So, for just Seattle hockey fans, we got a couple Thunderbirds. And then there's some good defense kind of there that are still left. But, yeah, anyway, Kevin... excuse me. Yeah, Kevin Korchinski went 7th overall to the Blackhawks, like we talked about, and then the draft finished up with Reed Schaefer from the Thunderbirds as well, going 32nd overall to the Oilers, going back home, as was pointed out by RK. So appreciate that, RK. I'll be honest, I didn't know that about Reed, so good to know. Picking up some people here, so that's good to see. Welcome in. If you're joining us here for the end of the draft, obviously a very good one for us Kraken fans. Shane Wright. I mean, man, when the day started, I think everyone was kind of expecting Simon Nemec to be the pick for the Kraken. He ends up going 2nd overall. Again, people have asked, does this... I think kind of the big things people ask now is, well, do those teams know something about Shane Wright that we didn't? Why did he slip to 4? Honestly, it was just a case of the Habs talked themselves into Slafkovsky because of his size and how well he's played internationally over this last year, which, I mean, again, great player, absolutely deserved to have the consideration. And yeah, he ends up getting picked first because of all those things. And then 2nd comes in, and that's it. By the sounds of it afterwards, again, it was kind of, you don't know. And the Devils, there was some talk about the Devils maybe taking Nemec, or there was some talk about the Devils trying to trade out of the 2nd spot. And fortunately, they didn't trade out of the 2nd spot. They do end up taking Nemec, who, again, we came into it thinking that's probably who the Kraken would end up with. But that meant then that the Kraken are going to get either Logan Cooley or Shane Wright, which, again, fantastic. I was going to be so happy with either one of those, but I was kind of worried that if Nemec gets taken and Cooley's the one that slips to 4, then do the Kraken kind of just go focus in on defense and take take David Jiricek, and obviously they didn't end up taking David Jiricek, and it wasn't Cooley that slipped to them because the Coyotes kind of just honed in on Cooley as their guy. Cooley going to the University of Minnesota, and that's very fortunate for the Kraken. Mute this because it's gone to some sort of NBA Summer League thing that I don't care about. But yeah, it comes down to that fourth pick, and after the Arizona picks Cooley, and it was just like, oh my goodness, Shane Wright has fallen to 4. But then it was just like, you have the shock of like, okay, the Kraken could actually take Shane Wright, but then just like the dread of the Kraken have been hinting, and all of the talk has been about how the Kraken are going to pick up one of the 2 right shot defensemen, probably Nemec, but they have Nemes, but they have had some, there's some connections with their scouting staff and Jiricek as well, and the again, Ron Francis, even when he was the GM in Carolina, was well known for being a GM that was very defense forward, really looking at defense and building from the back end forward. And defense was a bit of an issue for the Kraken last year, a bit surprisingly. So, not like they couldn't have done well with a guy like Jiricek, but having Shane Wright available is just like, oh goodness, please don't just get so in your head about picking a right shot defenseman that you overlook a chance to have the first overall pick falling into your lap at 4. And then it got even more nerve-wracking when the very next thing that happens is Gary Bettman comes out before, so usually they have the on the clock, and the clock starts when the thing starts. It was on the clock Kraken, and it just stuck at 3 minutes and not moving. And Gary Bettman comes out, and we got some trades to announce. Just like, oh no. Oh, the Kraken traded the 4th overall pick as Shane Wright fell to them. It was kind of like, well, maybe they just decided they could get great value, because obviously everybody wanted Shane Wright except for 3 teams. And, then did the Kraken just find somebody that was willing to trade a big price to come up and get Wright at 4? It's just dreading that, oh gosh, this fell into their lap and they're going to trade it away, which as a Seahawk fan, I'm just so used to just not using that pick, even though the Seahawks did use their 9th pick in this last NFL draft. But yeah, I was so ready for that. Especially when he says we have 2 trades, it was like, okay, they announced the first trade and it doesn't have anything to do with the Kraken. It's like, okay, well they saved the trade that has to do with the upcoming pick for the second trade they're going to announce, and then that didn't have to do with the Kraken. So it was like, okay, the Kraken are actually back on the clock. And then back to just sweating it out, just like, oh, Ron Francis comes up, just please don't say Jiricek, don't say Jiricek. Really, just don't say anybody but Shane Wright. Not about Jiricek. Again, I'm sure he'll be a good player, but just please just say Shane Wright. And fortunately, Ron Francis did not leave us waiting very long. Got up there and got right to the point. The Kraken with the 4th pick will take from the OHL. And as soon as he said OHL, it's like, oh, it's happened. They picked, we knew it was, as soon as he said from the OHL's Kingston Frontenacs, it was like, oh, well, we know who that is. And Shane Wright is, oh, what a moment. So anyway, yeah, whirlwind. Can't wait for Seattle to have Wright and Beniers as their 1-2 punch for the foreseeable future. Once they fire Haxtell, they'll probably be a top team for a long time. Yeah, we'll see. This season will definitely still be interesting. Obviously, getting Shane Wright isn't going to fix any problems right away. It doesn't. It's not even a guarantee that he plays with the team right away. He'll certainly get a chance to start things out. He'll get a chance there. In training camp, I'm sure. Whether or not he ends up in the OHL, the Kraken will be drafting a lot of guys here. 4 guys tomorrow. Well, 4 guys in the second round, and then another 1 in the third, and 3 in the fourth, assuming they don't make any trades, which is maybe a bold assumption to make. So, yeah, we'll see. It's still got a lot of guys to pick, but Shane Wright will get a chance. Kraken have already talked about. I'm just gonna actually turn this off because Kraken have already talked about Riker Evans, their first pick in the second round, their third pick in the second round, so the same 35th pick that they have this year. They made that pick in the second round last year. So we'll see who that ends up being. I would imagine probably defense, especially with kind of the next 5 or 6 top guys that are left. Three or four of them are defensemen. So, and one of them is, again, we've talked about, his first name starts with C, and Seamus Chase. So yeah, maybe Seamus Chase will be the Kraken guy here. So, oh man, what a draft. First overall pick. That was, by the way, if you want to go back, so that would have been at the... How far are we into this? So that would have been... So it started at 3:45. So it's kind of an hour in. So kind of if you want to go back and watch the stream and see the reaction to Shane Wright, for those of you joining us, it's probably about an hour in is the build up to it, and then the pick itself was somewhere around there. So right about an hour into this stream, if you want to go back and see a Kraken fan reaction to Shane Wright getting selected, that'll be back there. Otherwise, if you love it, if you could drop a like and all that good YouTubey stuff, appreciate you guys for stopping in. If we got any questions or thoughts about the Shane Wright pick, or any guys that we'd like to see the Kraken take here in the second round, get that going, and we'll let's see, it's 8:20 now, so maybe we'll keep this going. We got a lot of people joining in here, so keep it going for another 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna need a late dinner and try to recover a little bit emotionally. And unfortunately, we won't be streaming tomorrow for the second round and on, because it starts at 8 a.m. and I'm not going to stream all day long for a number of reasons. One, because it's Friday, still a weekday, but glad we could once again, for the second year in a row, stream during the first round here. And what a first round to stream for the Kraken. They only made one pick, but boy, was it a pick. And I can't wait. It just doesn't really make for good viewing, but get over into social media and just see the reaction to, like, the Kraken have been just ever since the pick, the Kraken have just spent the entire last 3-4 hours tweeting Shane Wright things. It's which I'm sure they would have done for anybody, but I don't think anybody I don't think there are a lot of people even in that Kraken, I would call it a war room, but it was the Kraken table there at the draft, were expecting to have Shane Wright as a possibility. I'm sure they had that contingency of, like, all right, well, like, in a dream world where Shane Wright ends up falling to us, we take him, right? Yeah, I mean, yeah, obviously we take Shane Wright if he were to fall to us. I'm sure that's kind of what they were thinking. And then he ends up falling to them, and they're like, okay, make sure that we take the card up there that has Shane Wright's name on it, right? We don't want to take the other ones up. So, yeah, Beniers and Shane Wright will be a good 1-2 punch at center. Who knows if they try to stick them on the same line again? Maybe not quite the same level of talent as like a McDavid and Draisaitl, but a similar situation where you got two high pick centers now that hopefully will be a part of the team's future for years to come. And I mean, that is, you got on Instagram, I DM'd you a picture of my duckway. Oh, cool. I'll check that out here once we're done here. I wonder if the staff makes bets. No, I think they probably try to keep... I mean, I'm sure there's some, like, friendly stuff, but you generally try to keep betting out of front offices and stuff like that if you're in sports, just in case. Unless, of course, you're Evander Kane. Then you just bet on whatever the heck you want, and the NHL doesn't care. So, wonder how many Cali they got when Wright fell. Oh, how many calls probably is what you were saying there. Yeah, how many calls they got when Wright fell. I wouldn't be surprised if they got a few. Like, wouldn't be surprised if there's a couple like, hey, so how you guys feeling about trading that 4th pick? But we wouldn't be the first time that Ron Francis may have put a very high price on something to see if someone could tempt him out of it. And then, yeah, the price may have just been too high. So, you know what? If that was the case, I am not disappointed, because I will very happily take Shane Wright. Thank you very much. It just keeps unmuting my desk audio for some reason that I don't understand. But welcome in, those of you joining us. Oh, what a day. Of course, tomorrow again, the Kraken, 4 picks. What do we have? Said it a few times. Let's see if I can do it from memory now. Pick 35. It's the 3rd of the 2nd round. Pick 49 from Nashville. Pick 58 from Toronto. And pick 61 from Florida via Calgary. I think I nailed it. So 4 picks in the 2nd round. Still a decent chance the Kraken trade 1 or 2 of those. Ron Francis did say when they picked up all those picks, especially the 2nd round ones, that they hopefully will find some way to trade those and not spend all of them. But we'll see. The Kraken do also have an AHL team in Palm Springs in the Coachella Valley to fill out. So the Firebirds with some beautiful jerseys of their own. So we'll see. We'll see how many of those picks the Kraken make. Definitely some moving around today. The Chicago. The Blackhawks moved around quite a bit today, as well as the as well as the Arizona Coyotes also moving around quite a bit. So yeah, yeah. I don't know. What do you guys think of the draft? Let's get some hype. Some maybe does anybody have anybody in the 2nd round they're super excited about? Because at this point, you know what? I think I've said it. Seamus Chase is probably the guy that I'm looking at. Right shot defenseman, decent sized. Oh, he's not. Actually, I shouldn't say that. He's on maybe a smaller end, but pretty skilled right shot defenseman. Maybe on the smaller end, so maybe not necessarily a super Kraken style player. He's like 5'10", I think, something like that. So not a big defenseman, but maybe an offensively talented right shot defenseman. Plus, again, his name does start with C, so can't go wrong with his name is SEA. Bring Seamus to Seattle. Of course, he has to get through 2 other teams before then. He still has to get through the Habs will still pick at the start of the 2nd round, and then the Coyotes will pick 2nd. Oh, what a whirlwind. It was pointed out earlier that it's a good time for young talent in Seattle. Unfortunately, young talent is about all that the Seahawks have going for them. They got Brooks and obviously DK Metcalf. I almost called him DJ. I was like so separated from football right now mentally. With the but anyway, that's a bit of a pain. The Mariners, on the other hand, tons of young talent there. Obviously, just the excitement over everything Julio Rodriguez right now. And actually, you know what? While we're talking about that, let's see what's going on there. But Ty France, maybe not quite as young, but as we're talking about it, perfect. You know, we got hockey stream going, and the Mariners are just laying a beat down on the Blue Jays. Oh, that's what you like to see. What a perfect time for the Mariners to be beating up on the Blue Jays in the NHL draft. Let's see what happened here with the Mariners. So let's see. Oh, Carlos Santana, of course, the Ty France replacement while he was out hurt. He hit in Julio. Oh no, yeah, Julio Rodriguez. So Julio already with a walk. So Julio walked and then scored on the Santana single. And Cal Raleigh singled in Crawford. Oh, and then Moore hit a home run. Suarez with a single to left that scored Santana and Crawford. And then Cal Raleigh with a home run that scored Suarez. And it's 7-1 Mariners. Anyway, but yeah, the Mariners lots of young talent, and of course that all finishes up with the Kraken now have Matty Beniers with the 10 points in 10 games in his NHL career so far. They've also got Riker Evans, the second round pick in last year's draft, that has had a fantastic year this last year and will get a chance to make the team in the camp, it sounds like. As well as obviously Morgan Geekie, young player still. Very, very good preseason last year, and then kind of points production wasn't there, but he was definitely one of the more snake bit players, I think, last season. So the points production definitely could have been there, and we'll see what happens this next season. And then, of course, Shane Wright coming to the Kraken today. So some good young talent, and get 4 more good young players in the second round tomorrow, and then another 4 players, 1 in the third and 3 in the fourth, and then there's still 3 more players in 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds. So Mariners are on. Excellent. Yep. Mariners are on and on fire, up 7-1 right now. Mariners are killing it today. Absolutely. This has been a great day. Yep. Any notable upsets today? I don't know if there was really any like big drops in the draft. Obviously, Shane Wright dropping to 4 is the one that everyone's gonna kind of focus in on. Brad Lambert kind of fell, I think, quite a bit. But again, he was kind of like a fringe top 10. He was kind of more in the 15 range, but he fell all the way to 30. I think Savoie definitely was. I mean, I think Savoie was a bit of a steal at 9. So Savoie at 9 was a good pick by Buffalo. Yeah, other than that, I don't. Obviously, again, kind of the Thunderbirds getting 2 picks in there. Kevin Krasinski getting picked 7th overall by the Blackhawks was, I think, a surprise in the right direction. That was higher than I expected to see him get picked. Connor Geekie, I think I was a little surprised to see him go at 11. I think he's worthy of it. I think Arizona got a good player there, but trying to think of who's Joakim Kamel, something like that, fell to, so I guess it's right there. So 17th by Nashville. That was a guy that was looked at as a top 10 pick, so he fell a little bit, but I mean nothing huge there. So yeah, I think overall a pretty decent draft. Oh, let's go Mariners, Riley says. Absolutely. Thanks for this. Absolutely. Yeah, we'll probably be closing things out here. It's 8:30. Got a lot of people in here. I'd like to stick around, but I think we'll close things out. We'll be covering the second round of the draft, not via stream, unfortunately, tomorrow. 2nd through 7th rounds, I will be on Twitter tweeting those out. So, Twitter tweeting. Tweeting those out, and again, maybe we'll get Seamus Chase will be a guy there. So, but I appreciate everyone for stopping by in here. Again, we got Shane Wright to Seattle Kraken. Oh man. Again, so if you want to see the reaction to Shane Wright getting drafted, it's about an hour into the stream, so it's in there. There's that whole build up to it was just incredibly nerve-wracking, with the realization that Shane Wright had actually somehow fallen to 4, and then worrying about the Kraken still picking the right-handed defenseman that was left in David Jiricek, and then Gary Bettman coming up and announcing that there were 2 trades to talk about right as the Seattle Kraken are supposed to be going on the clock, but the clock has stopped. Just like, oh no, they traded the pick. But they didn't trade the pick, did they? No. And they didn't pick a right shot defenseman, even though that's all they had talked about. And that was all the rumors was they were going to take either Nemec or Jiricek. And the question was, will Seattle take Nemec or Jiricek? That was the question. And they didn't take either one. they took Shane Wright with the 4th overall pick. All right, well, I got to eat some dinner because it's 8:30. And yeah, I gotta recover a little bit. And there's only so many ways I can say that the Kraken took Shane Wright and not just be a broken record. But we'll be talking about Shane Wright quite a bit in the years to come. Have lots of Shane Wright goals and assists to talk about in Kraken R&Rs. And you know, I don't know if it'll be Matty Beniers or Shane Wright that will be the Conn Smythe winner in about a year's time, but it'll probably be one of them. And I mean, obviously it'll probably come down to either Gord or Eberle, whichever one of them gets captain. Between the two of them, that'll end up lifting the cup first. But I'd have to imagine Beniers probably gets the cup between Beniers and Shane Wright. I'd have to imagine that Beniers probably, I guess it depends on how the season goes, but I'd imagine Beniers probably gets the cup handed to him first between the two of them. Obviously, it would still have to go through, like, Yanni Gord probably is an assistant captain or captain, and maybe Yanni Gord's the one lifting the cup, and he hands it to Eberle, and then Eberle hands it to another veteran player. You'd have to think that probably Grubauer would get it pretty early on, considering, the year prior his old team won it. So, but yeah, you get down the list and then get down the list a little bit, and then you start getting to the young guys, and Beniers probably gets it, and then Beniers hands the cup to Shane Wright, and then the Kraken draft 32nd overall in next year's draft. So, sounds good to me. Yeah, that sounds good. So, maybe a little hopeful, but my second favorite team won the cup this year, so I think we'll move up to my favorite team winning the cup this next year. But anyway, again, for all of you who have come in here and hung out for a little bit, whether at the end or for the whole thing or for some chunk in the middle. If you're here to see a Kraken fan reaction to the Kraken getting gifted Shane Wright at 4, again, that's about an hour into the stream, so you can go check that out. Yeah, it's probably about 45 minutes in is where we start to see the build up to it, and you'll see all the nerves of that whole series of events leading up to whether or not the Kraken were actually going to pick Shane Wright. Or make the selection in the first place. But either way, again, thank you very much for joining. If you've liked whatever amount of this you've seen, feel free to hit like and subscribe. We got all sorts of Kraken content and just NHL content in general coming up. We're going to keep doing the fan reaction videos, kind of trying to sit in the seat of a fan of each of the teams and kind of do that kind of thing. If any of you are a fan of Tom Grossi and the NFL side of things, I've kind of taken some inspiration from what he does there with the fan reaction videos at the end of every season. We're trying to get one of those from every team. We're still got a lot of work to go on those, but I'm trying to get those done. Fortunately, the computer's back up and running with a lot of help from my wife and a friend, so that's good. It's got some catching up to do now, though. NHL 101s. We've got some NHL 101s coming out. The next NHL 101 will be about the face-off circle and craziness that happens there and how we end up there in the first place. Try and get another history one done at some point. Obviously, when tomorrow's all finished up, sometime this weekend, or maybe early next week, but hopefully sometime this weekend, we'll get a full draft reaction. And yeah, we'll get that going. And then obviously free agency coming up here. So we'll try and get a pre-free agency video in. But we'll certainly get a reaction to any guys that Kraken pick up in free agency, any trades that are made, any big contracts that are signed, all that stuff. And still plenty of RFAs for the Kraken to sign between now and then. So we'll get some reactions to some RFA contracts as well. And yep. Claps wife and friend. Yes. Claps indeed. I don't know that Alexander is watching, but thank you, Alexander, if you are watching. Anyway, all right, enough stalling. Again, I appreciate all of you that have stopped in. This late surge of people, probably something to do with the Emerald City guys stopping a little bit before I did, but I'm sure they had a fun reaction to that as well. Stopped in there, gave them a little chat midway through, but Yeah. Thanks again, and we'll see you in the videos to come. We'll be doing R&Rs again once the season gets started. We'll be doing some regular streaming there as well. I don't know if we'll have another stream before then, but maybe. You never know. We'll see. Anyway, until then, see you next time. If you did like it, like and subscribe. Likes help out. People see even the stream helps people out. So thanks again, Forrest, for your $2 donation as well. So all right, I gotta eat some dinner. So all right, God bless and go Kraken. End stream. And there we go.